I have no idea if this is going to work. Is it, okay, well, I'm synced in. I still don't have anything on display, but hopefully this is working. I need to now go like back to YouTube and be like, did that just like make like 3 different streams that I need to delete now because anyway, I mean, at the beginning of the stream, I might as well announce it, like, there's just been this Bevy editor project going on that I've been watching this person make their videos about. They're fucking incredible. It came out the other day, and I went and ported it to 0.16 because I'm a lunatic in like 2 days. I ported it across. It's still buggy as all hell because I don't know how their code's working. No offense to them, their code is horrible. More because like they've made something that works, and so they've just got so many things laid on top of each other that it's like bad practice after bad practice. Like they check if is none, and then let some let some equal, which is like, but you've checked that it's none, so like why are you then like guard clausing it again? Like it anyway. And there's lots of things like they're copying vectors of strings around instead of making like all the strings that are in that vector are static strings because they're all type definitions, and they're copying around. Yeah, it's pretty horrendous, but that's more because like I'm trying to edit it and I don't know how it works properly, so I'm like keep breaking things. But yeah, so I've got 2 streams that I just need to like oh no, don't download it, do it. Oops. So delete forever. Yes, apparently it got 3 views. I don't know how I managed to do that, but anyway. Can we delete you forever? Oh, I clicked download. Alright, and then this, and then we go delete forever. Yes, I understand, delete forever. Don't mind the 2 30-second streams that have now disappeared forever. I don't know where you saved this. You can go away. Anyway, so I'm going to use that today, this editor, and we'll see how well it works. I may have to go into patch it. I'm going to use my local build, because if I go to the pull request, my pull request for 0.16 is here, but I'm starting to move further and further away from just porting it. Like I added a whole bunch of stuff just to make it like usable to debug stuff while I was making it. Like I added the ability to like show all things. Interesting. Wait, what? What do you mean expected video resolution is? Now YouTube's yelling at me saying my probably that my bit rate's too low. Let's turn that up. Settings. I don't know if my internet can support a faster bit rate, but we'll find out. Video bit rate. Let's double it. Why can I not just type in a number? Maybe? Yeah, 1,000. Alright, apply. Oh, don't start a virtual camera. I think I did that last time. I think that just really tanks the performance. Anyway, maybe that bitrate will be high enough. Now we're sending 5K. Maybe YouTube will stop complaining. Anyway, today, because I let everyone vote and, whoa, it's so small. It's so small. I still got the screen protector on, so I'm going to be a little bit annoyed at that most of the day. But anyway, see, we all voted for Voxel, so let's go to YouTube. I was just replying to someone with a swirly eye. Look at the keyboard. I apparently can't touch that at the moment. There's also like shit written to the screen. I think probably the serial number in the screen protector. Anyway, what was I doing? I was coming here. I was going to me maybe. How do I view my community? I'm signed in as me, so I don't know. View your channel. Weird. Okay. Then we go to like posts. We go, how well did this do? So 19 votes, almost all for voxels. Nobody wants to see ND chess, which is depressing because I'm going to actually make that as an actual game. But anyway. Yeah, I'll make it bigger in a second when I get to typing. It's because I've gone up to 4K, so everything's really small now. So this is the baby editor. This is the new one. We're going here. I'm going to go like plus. That should be big enough for everyone to read. Someone asked why the stream was in 720p, so I'm like, fuck it, I'll buy a 4K monitor, because apparently, even though my monitor was not quite 1080, it was 1040, I want to say, it doesn't let you export to 1080 then, so I was like, oh, fuck it, I have to buy a new monitor. I went, if I'm going to buy a new monitor, I'm going to go all the way to 4K. Then projects, we're going to new project, we're going to say Voxel Sim, maybe. I need to move some of my other projects around. crates. Dependencies? Okay, so that's where that is. I'm just locating stuff so that I can find it easily. We go here, we go, yes, I trust the author because the author is me. Why do you always open that? You annoy me. We need to go terminal, new terminal, and cargo in it. Ooh, this is really weird having the monitor is also physically larger, which is throwing me right off because it's only maybe 2 inches bigger in each dimensions. So I must have gone from like a 24 to a 30, a distance 32. But boy, was it a pain to buy this because the store that I was going to go to when I looked at it said it was in stock, but by the time I got there like 3 days later it had sold out. So I had to go to a different store who was like, oh, we don't keep them on display. So they then went to their website to tell me if they had them. I was like, oh, I could have done that, except your website doesn't work on my phone because it's poorly designed. Oh, I touched the remote and now I've got shit on the screen. I muted it. Oh no. Put that remote away. And then, so like it took me 45 minutes to get this person's attention to be like, hey, like, do you have these monitors? And then when I finally, like, they went, no, well, the people across the road have one. And then I went over there and they had one left in stock. And it was surprisingly cheap, but they were like, oh, it's only got a 60 FPS refresh rate. I'm like, well, I don't fucking need more than that. I'm coding, not fucking playing games. And even playing games, I don't see the point of going above 60 FPS. I'd rather a higher resolution, smoother frame rate than going higher in FPS. But that's like a me preference thing. I feel like people are a bit snobbish when like, oh, we need 1440. And I'm like, yeah, no. The only time I can say it was one, VR. The VR definitely needs it, and two is the idea is that you get smoother in that I want my game to render at 60 FPS so that the game can do the logic, but interpolate frames in between is fine. Like the AI upscaling stuff's kind of actually cool because I'm like, as long as the base frame rate's the correct. And personally, I think keeping the base frame rate at 60 FPS, even if the game can do way better, is much better because it means that you get consistent input between game to game instead of some games registering button inputs at a much higher frame rate than other ones. And it's like, yeah, I'd rather if every game said like the input accept rate is 60 FPS, the rate that your mouse can tell the screen how to move is 60 FPS, regardless of what we're actually rendering. That would be much nicer in my opinion, but that's a me thing. Anyway, so we need Bevy. I also found like a bunch of bugs with Bevy while I was trying to update the editor. Bevy, I want to say it's granite. I'm going to just copy paste. I keep calling it garnet, which is not what it's called, but we need to path. I should probably put it in the what's it called, the description. For anyone that wants the Git, let's go do that now. Oop. Don't open that random document. So we'll just copy the main code. I can do a video on this. It's really cool. I told the guy when I first found out about this thing, I'm going to do a video, and like it's fucking incredible. Am I sending enough bitrate through? I don't know. Apparently I just can't send through 4K. Which is weird because I'm sure it said that like I could, but anyway, maybe I should drop that down because there's no point dropping frames if I'm not actually setting to the right resolution. Oh, but I'm not dropping frames either, so YouTube can just shut the fuck up. What was I doing? Putting this in description. Edit. Bevy. Granite. Okay, cool. So also I can change this to bevy.org now because they did that. They bought that. Yay, save. Okay. So let's see how this goes. Okay, so we need that. What else did I need for dependencies? Voxels. Sure. I'd probably need to move. Also, it wouldn't be dependencies, it'd be in crates. This is just my new layout for my new hard drive that I got specifically for doing YouTube. Is that like a project means actual things, whereas crates is things that I might release. Like they should be independent, and dependencies is like stuff that I don't own that I may be modifying. So like if I modify like an open source thing, I'll keep it in dependencies rather than in crates, because crates is like my stuff. Where is it? Did I not call it voxels? Oh, it's called like voxels shader? Voxels. I should probably cut you because I can't cut you because you're not actually the... Alright, let's just copy that path. Don't think that works, does it? I need to make it its own thing because the issue is that because it's a subcrate, the Git's actually of the project which contains part of the game. But maybe not. Maybe I did make it its own thing. I don't remember actually. You can always just open it and have a look. Do you have a .git? I don't think you do. View, show, hidden item checkboxes. I don't see a no. There, .git, which means that if I go in here and there's no .git, okay, so it means that I can't just pull it out because it doesn't have the git. Anyway, hopefully that works. We'll find out. Let's get up a game up and running. So we're going to use Bevy prelude. I'm actually like super looking forward to the like this editor. It's been a lot of fun updating it. I was so tempted when I found out that it came out because it was after I made the poll that I saw that they'd messaged me. That's why I saw that they'd messaged me being like, hey, it's come out. Well, they like replied to my comment or whatever they did. What was it? Like I was so tempted to derail the whole thing and be like, hey, we're gonna be like working on the editor instead. But instead, I spent like hours just. Really should make my own fly cam thing as well. It's a camera 3D, please. 3D. Thank you. No, don't make it a bundle. Let's run that so that they can get compiling while we mess around. What was I saying? Wait, I don't think I mentioned what I'm doing for the stream. So the stream is going to be making a voxel simulator. If I open one of these mini code things, right, what was this? Oh, that's the 5 patch. And we'll do NDChess because I'm working a lot in the background. We're going to open folder. We're going to go back to... I want to say it's YouTube, old YouTube drive, which is it's an SSD, but not a M.2. Anyway, what was it called? Like, it was like Bevy projects, Voxel, yep, projects, Bevy Jam 6. And it's like this, and we're gonna go, hey, any chance that you're just gonna run? Probably not. I mean, it should, because I don't think I've changed anything that would need to be rebuilt. But my Bevy Jam game was like a voxel simulator that we never ended up turning into a game that I think would actually be kind of a cool concept of a game, is that like you build the reactor and the simulation works out how much power it would take, and then you can like upgrade the reactor by building different parts. It's gonna need to recompile. Anyway, so while that's doing its thing, we're gonna work on this one. So how do I add Bevy granite? So I keep wanting to call it garnet. I don't even know why. It's just something my brain is doing. So we need to be like config debug assertions. We want to say add underscore plugins Bevy granite. Is that how it works? I feel like it should be called something else. Does it not have default? Is it just literally just called Bevy granite? No, it does. It must. What? Interesting. Do you not have a default implementation? Oh, it does. Okay. That or it's going to not work because it wasn't actually an implementation. No, there's this one. Okay, so, right, we need to give it a default world. Default world is test dot world dot toString, and then dot default everything else. And there's something I need to call right at the beginning, which I believe collects all the macros together. Register editor components. Okay. What is the string log? Scenes starting.scene. Interesting. Maybe I should rename that then. So we need to be like scene/test. I don't know if that's correct, but I also probably spelled it wrong. So it's something like and then we do this register app register. So Could be a Bevy, Granite. I could not tell you why my brain just constantly wants to call it granite. Garnet? Granite. No. Whatever it's not called. The other one. Called granite. My brain keeps wanting to call it garnet because granite's a rock and garnet's a gemstone. Anyway. Close. Hey, an editor. So then we can be like Shift A, and then we can be all like, hey, can we add a 3D camera? And then we go. I had to do this because if you turn off default features, it literally breaks. Bevy like renders a horrible mess when you've got default features on. Anyway, we need to add main camera, which immediately shows some of the broken stuff because it's selected. It's immediately attached to gizmo to the camera, which is fun. Is that line in the stream or is that line on my screen? What the hell is this? Oh, it's in game. It's rendering some kind of line around me. I don't know what that line is. But I'm just, again, I've had bad results with 4K models before. So, okay, so there's more than one camera in the scene for one thing, but it can't see the other camera, which means it must be told to ignore cameras for some reason. That doesn't make sense. This is editor config, scenes, main. So let's get rid of the spawn camera. Yeah. All right, so then we don't actually need this. We can save the camera into the scene, which is always really fun because it means we can just like save the game. We don't have to. That's right. This is still compiling, which is fun. Have I pulled the thing of something's capped out? My CPU's capped out, that's for sure. Why is the other one still taking so much longer to compile? I feel like why is my memory so capped out? What the hell is using all my memory? Google Chrome, OBS is using like lots now. You're using quite a bit. What the hell? Something's leaking memory. There's my HHD getting absolutely slammed. Your D drive, that's gotta be that YouTube, right? Y drive, yeah, okay. So hence the need for an SSD. Why is the memory usage so high? What is using all that memory? What is chugging through my CPU as well? Pop-up menu request help. Close. Okay, do this again. Okay, go Shift A and then we go gameplay camera. We go components and then we go main camera. And we go file save. Hey, Control S. I hope that works. I don't know if it does because I may have broken that stuff when I was fucking around with it. Anyway, this should mean that every time we load it, we'll load in and the camera will actually be a camera, which is going to be fun. Now, the question then becomes, I don't know if this will actually let me do other stuff. In theory, it can. So we can also do this to be able to see other stuff. This is my magic thing that I added, is the ability to curate the list, which means only the stuff that like we're told to shows up. Whereas if you untick this, it shows everything, so you can like actually fuck around and change things, which is very useful. I was using it for testing because technically the gizmos don't show up if we Shift A and then like add a we added a directional light, which is not at all what I wanted to do. I don't even know if they work, because they should have a gizmo that shows up, and I don't think it does. But that's again me breaking the code. Don't judge the editor because I'm bad. Can I despawn you? Apparently not. Interesting. Oh, it crashed. Why did it crash, and can I fix it? Shortcut system. Applied deferred. Bevy Garner input shortcut system crashed. Okay, why did it crash though? Reverse. So this is the line that actually crashed then? System run, schedule, infallible system wrapper, Bevy system scheduler, execute function system void. Some noisy backtrace lines have been filtered out. Is the top or the bottom that tells me, like, which is further in the trace? Like, do I need to read the top? Is it position 1 that's going to tell me exactly the line that crashed on? I don't know. You can never work out backtraces. So it says, encountered an error in command relationship method impulse system entity commands despawn relatives garnet gizmo closure as. Okay, who called you? So you were called entity multiple and with entity. Okay, you were called from the shortcut system. Well, it won't turn up here. Anyway, this is my game jam game that finally loaded. So we're gonna go new game. And you go, so this is this, and it just literally simulates like all this stuff. So the green's uranium and it generates heat. The blue's thorium, it generates heat. The dark blue's water. The grey is wax. I think the black is rubber. And the idea is, and you got copper and iron, I think, are the other these two. And the idea is, as it gets hotter and hotter, the water will melt because it's at the moment frozen. So it's touching the uranium, which will get hotter and hotter until it melts, and then eventually the whole thing starts flying around. It's very buggy, very broken. I never got to finish it because I was trying to make it fast. So there's all sorts of things that it does to speed up, which means that like you see the water starting to melt. It means that like blocks don't get to move up because I didn't, and I was going to make it so that like basically the idea is it lower density would always go up, but the issue is that because I check on an even odd thing of like even rows, odd rows to move up and down, that blocks will just flip back and forth in place when they're a gas rather than constantly rising up the warmer they are. And what else went wrong? The Brownian motion doesn't quite work because I was trying to make it random based on the blocks, but because of the way I'm doing my random noise, it's too repeatable that it's possible for blocks to end up just basically moving in a giant pattern without falling down anywhere and that kind of stuff. So it's very buggy, but this is what I'm trying to replicate, but like better. More well done. We need to go back to Garnet. We're going to do like plus so I can read it. Then we go... Where was it? It was something about shortcuts. Shortcut system. It crashed in shortcut system. This is what I mean. Like they've got shortcut system and then they immediately call handle shortcut. Like why is that not inside? Anyway, they also are using a weird Bevy core Garnet shared user input. Why is the user input done like this? Why is it not using Bevy's input systems? Anyway, input, yeah, key F1. That's a very weird way of doing this. Just pressed bool, okay. Log, shortcut toggle editor. I didn't know that it had that. Anyway, sync cam, okay. If editor state not active, return. Okay, cool. Delete key. Delete key active entity just pressed. Delete key for children query entity query. If let some children and equals children for children in children iter commands to despawn. Okay, no, for entity. I think we want to do this. Small issue with this. Is that I think what's causing the crash is we didn't need to recursively call it like that is what's happening there. No, this is running Garnet. I'm glad you appreciate the videos. I kind of wish I could be motivated to do more. For some reason my brain keeps hitting like just a roadblock that makes it really hard to like motivate myself to do videos. As if we open this is my my current script for my next video that I'm working on, which is about the ECS and how it's like I keep seeing people go like, oh, the ECS is bad because X, Y, and Z. It doesn't work with this design pattern that I want to do. And it's like, but it's like it's not designed to work with that design pattern and that kind of thing. So it's that fun thing of how to explain it. My brain is switched off. The ECS is like a different design pattern to object oriented. So a lot of object oriented patterns don't work with ECS, and so you have to actually design around using the ECS. And I see a lot of people being like, "Oh, but you're just trying to shoehorn in ECS." And it's like, but like that's kind of the point. You're trying to shoe in object oriented. Like, one of the metaphors that I have is like they're so focused on going around the ECS when in reality the easiest way is through. Like we're suggesting more ECSing, like include more of your shit into the ECS because it makes it easier to work within the ECS than to try and escape hatch your way out of the ECS all the time and then be like, man, I'm always using escape hatches. I'm like, yes, because every time you need something, you escape hatch out and then worry, like, and then anytime you want to interact with something that's escape hatched out, you have to escape hatch that thing to get. So it's like if you just keep everything inside, then you don't need to get out. But a lot of the design patterns that people teach in books and those kind of things, like when they teach you how to program, aren't designed for ECS, so they just don't kind of work out of the box, and you have to like modify them to work with ECS, and that's what the next video is about. So it's sort of an in-between between like here's your first project and here's why you need to think different when you're using Bevy. Now what was I doing? I have no remember. Working out why the scene's not loading. That's a key thing here. Why is scenes not loading? So assets, new folder. Oh, I have to call, don't I? There's like a... Why is that not something it does automatically? Default world. Why? See, I don't get that, because why would you need to provide a default world and then also call open? That this is what I mean, like, it's not, again, not a dig at them, it's just a weird, like, some of the design patterns that they've done are really bizarrely, I should just bring in the fucking prelude. I'm declaring everything, but like, just bring in the prelude. Okay, cool, do this, request, and then it's not send, it's write. Like that, okay. And then we have to add startup, app.add underscore systems, startup. Like, I feel like loading the default world should be something that you, if this is some, then it automatically does it. So maybe I'll change that later. Which is the fun thing about working on this editor, is I can actually like tweak things that I don't like, and they may actually make it in. Mostly because I'm going to slip them in, and I ported it to 0.16, so I'm going to slip shit in while I'm porting it. But I'm trying to avoid that as much as I can. I'm trying to get it to like, this works, now I'm going to go into dev branch where I'm going to add features, but a lot of this stuff needs rewriting, and by the time we get it to 0.16, like, so much is going to have changed simply because I've modified something to do it a way that I know how to do it, and it's just conflicting so much with how they're doing it. Failed because the scene, okay. But then when we go like shift A, game object, no, we're going to go 3D camera, and then we're going to go main camera. Can I control S now? Did it actually save it? Seems test world. Okay, yay, it saved it. What I love about this also is because it only saves the required stuff, I think. Garnet, yeah, main camera. It's a very weird way of saving that. Anyway, tone map. Yeah, that's not good. We can fix this. I know a much better way of doing this. So you can like, because what they're doing is they're I think they're just saving the type name and then string encode, like Ron encoding the actual type completely, which is why like it names it again, which means that you actually only need to save this, because literally the first thing in every single one of your saved things is the type and then the value, which is just doesn't work. But again, this is like a reflect thing. It's double reflecting itself, which is fine. I'll fix that later. We're working on a voxel editor today, not this editor, a voxel simulator, not the editor. Okay, so to do the voxels, let's go with back to code, wherever that is. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go mod voxel. No, we'll just call it voxel, because then inside voxel we'll have other stuff. Maybe I should make it a folder. I literally just had to press down once to actually make that work, and then I didn't, and then I think I just realized that my computer has decided that my screen is where the sound should come from. That is not correct. I do not have expensive headphones for you to play sound through my fucking screen. No, that's not it. This one? Yes. Okay. And is that gonna work? Apparently the answer is no. I don't know how to make it sound. Anyway, you should be able to find this, please. Yes, cool. Okay, so then we're gonna need like a I guess a pub mod. We'll call it core, and it's going to be the prelude, but I call it core when it's not supposed to be exposed externally. And then we're going to say mod chunk, and mod cell. Okay, so in here we're going to, I guess, not have anything, because again we haven't actually created these. So create chunk and create cell, and then in here we're going to say pub use super cell cell. Yeah. it should really be called a voxel. But anyway, and then chunk and something like that, I think should work fine. And then we can go here, we're going to cell, we're going to go pub struct cell, and this is just going to be empty. And then we're going to pub struct chunk, and the chunk will have, we're going to make it fixed size with constant data because that works so much better in terms of actual like speed, I want to say. So we need some const at the top. So first off, Bevy, prelude. I wish these snips were better. Like these snips, I love having them, but like the fact that they are, if I type use Bevy and then the snip pops up prelude and I click tab, it'll add again, like it'll say use and stuff like that. I wish it would like check to make sure part of the words are there. Like I keep doing with other stuff, is like it'll have the autocomplete and then the autocomplete will add words that are already past the end of the autocomplete and then they're duplicated and I have to delete them. And it's like, well, it kind of didn't save any time, did it? Anyway, we need a const chunk size, which is a u size, and it's going to equal, I want to say 32. I want to make them 32 by 32 chunks because I feel like that's a nice big size that can be simulated fast but still work. So we need a const chunk, yeah, like this, volume, which is a chunk size time. Okay, then you need an array of cells, which is then an array of cell by chunk volume. I think I did this once and I did when I was doing it in the use super cool. When I was doing this in the game jam, I think I was doing this originally and then I had to change it because the array was so big that the game would overflow the stack trying to create the data structure because it didn't make it on the heap, it made it on the stack because of something I was doing. It was only because I think I was giving it two options, and the way that I was doing the two options meant that I had to load both of them or load it on the stack and then put it on the heap, and it's like it just overflowed immediately because this number is very big and the cells contained lots of data. We need fixed, that's what we need. Fixed. Because fixed point precision, because we need it to be compatible with networking, because I would love to do networking. Probably not going to, but I would love to. So interesting. So cells, and then so cells need like a, I guess a block, which is going to be I guess we can call it a block. Then we're gonna get it in here. Actually, why don't we make you an enum, and then I can make it each block store like only relevant data. Like a void can store nothing. Air can also store nothing because you're air. But then what do we want? I kind of want to say that sand falls down but nothing else does, but that's not really how it works. The idea would be that like you can have like liquids and gases and liquids fall down. So I want to say, because of what I'm doing, I want to say copper, rubber, water, and uranium. Purely because copper will conduct heat really well, rubber will not conduct heat really well, water will be able to like simulate liquids, and uranium will be able to generate heat. So like that should cover most of our cases for now. So the annoying thing about doing it this way, I think, to be honest, because like that's the advantage of having a type. I'm debating whether I make this an enum or not. Because if I make it an enum, then I don't need to like store the data for void if void doesn't have it, which technically doesn't really do anything. So we'll call it cell type, and then we're gonna obstruct cell, and then it's cell type, and then we're not gonna pressure for now. We'll have temperature, except you're a we need to go mod here. We need to go type fixed is not voxels, it's fixed types. Now what kind of precision do I want? It's definitely going to be an I. I want at least percent precision, so 100. So I think that's like, if we do 1 divided by 128, that gives us, yeah, like less than a percent precision, which should be fine for what I have planned. Like, I don't think I need higher accuracy than that. In theory, the best way to do it would be to have all the numbers just be integers, which is what fixed point does underneath. But my issue with that is I would then have to learn how to do fractional multiplication. Like in the fixed crate, if you multiply by 0.1, you get the result. Whereas in if I just stored an integer like this, oh, there's 10 energy, like how do I get 10% of that? I can't multiply by a fraction. And I don't think fixed uses divide. I think it just does some fancy stuff with, like, when you multiply a number that's less than 1, then you like multiply them and then shift it so many places or something. I don't know how it does it, but it does it, and that's what's important. Anyway, so 128, which is 2 to the 6, nope, 2 to the 7, 2 to the 7, 128. Okay, so that's I, brain, come on, something. It's 32 minus 7, it's going to be 25, F7. Why did that take me so long to work out? I don't know. Anyway, so this is our fixed point, which just tells us 25 bits of integer data and 7 bits of fractional data, which go away. Gives us, what's 27. So 2 to the 27 means we can store up to 34 million degrees. Which is fine. I don't know if you can multiply multiple different precision types together. That would be kind of cool if, like, storing, because that was the issue we ran into in the in the game jam, was that if you had your precision set too high to keep track of small numbers, then things like copper just took so much energy to I think it was boil. It would crash because basically copper could get so hot it overflowed, which wasn't fun. And it was like, well, I kind of wish I could have a lower number so that copper could work, but like also I didn't want a number that had no decimal points, because, you know, then I lost all that value. So it was that, like, trying to balance that. And in the end, I think I just made copper never boil, which, you know, it's never likely to really happen. But like, same thing, like uranium could never boil. There's a whole bunch of materials that could never boil because they would just literally get so hot that, like, it would overflow. So I just went like, hey, if your temperature's above this, just don't get any hotter. Because I didn't store I did for speed reasons. I stored temperature, but like the result was that you calculate how much energy it had, and then with that amount of energy worked out what the temperature was by the coefficient. And it was like, it did actual physics simulations. It was kind of cool. Anyway, so we have all the voxels, and then each cell will store temperature. And I actually feel like maybe we should say properties, and then we want to say something like that. And then this would be a properties cache, which is temperature, pressure, density, velocity, viscosity. Kind of cool. I'm going to comment these out because, again, not today, but the idea being that the properties case means that, like, if I change the energy, we're going to be like pub. Well, no, first off, not public. This is something you can only request data from. And then we're going to say 30, which is a bool, like that. So the idea being that if you have a set a value, so we're going to go fn. That might be bad because that might be really slow if you're trying to get temperature, but maybe each that would be interesting, actually. What if we said property cache just has a value and a dirty flag, and then we can say temperature like this. And so the idea is that we can then this dirty is new, I guess. When we say set, we don't set. When we say Issue with this. I wanted to make it all dependent on itself, but so if we say set and we value and then dirty is true, but that's not actually what we mean, because when we say set, we want to say set and then just sets, that just sets dirty to true, and then when we say get, we pass in like this, and we pass in the energy value, and then it returns. So it's like if get, and say if self dirty, just put calc get the value based on energy, and then we return self. And so the idea is that sets it dirty. The issue with this is we kind of want internal mutabilities because we don't want to have to pass a mutable reference to get it, but the idea is that that's what's going to happen. So we probably need to also store a validate, which is just a function pointer that takes in a fixed and returns a fixed, like that. So then we can say, when we say get, if dirty, self dot value equals self dot validate energy, like that, and then dirty equals false. Yeah. So the idea is that if multiple things get yeah, this seems really bad because the idea is to make it parallelizable, and the issue is that if get is like that, then maybe we want to validate like that. No, validate does nothing. It takes in a mutable self and an energy. You can tell that I didn't plan this through. And then this just says self dot value equals validate energy, right? And then when we say get, we're going to say get doesn't take in energy. Get takes in self, but then this returns an option text, and then returns if dirty, return none, else some. Right. So basically we're just checking. I mean, you can get around that with like changing this to an option fixed, and then we get rid of this. We say it starts at none. Oh god. That's not how set works. Set I mean, technically set should just validate it, but I don't want it to. Validate and then sum. Again, I don't know how this is actually going to work. And then we just return self dot value. This getting out of control. When we call validate, we should say if self dot value is some return. So don't run the calculation if the value is still good. That would probably work, because then we can say set when we change the value, like if something needs it to be changed, we can call set to flag it, and then at the beginning we can run a validate on everything, and then validate will only run the calculations. Yeah, it's branching and whatnot, but I assume the compiler can optimize that away. I don't know. I feel like that's better because it means that like I don't have to worry about validating that a value is there. I can just run through and it'll only update them if they've actually been changed. That does mean that with things like we should probably have when we call validate, can you return Wow, actually, validate unreturnable. And then this returns false, right? And then this would return true. So the idea is when we call validate, we can go, hey, is this dependent, like, do we have to flag the other values when we call validate on this? Is it gonna work? Should work. I feel like get should always be true, but I do need to like have the option because it's possible that it hasn't been validated. Okay, so it's a lot of work just to be all like, hey, now we can be like, when we change the energy, no way you can touch that. Cell type, I also feel like I shouldn't be able to change. Like, we just need setters and getters on everything, because we don't want you to be able to change anything. So we're going to import cell, and we're going to say new, and then cell type does that, and then energy is this, and then self validate temperature. No. We'll make a mod logic, which maybe no, put that inside of cell. So up here. So the idea is that we're going to keep like our logic somewhere else, so we can just like anything we need to do in here. We're going to say fn calc temperature. Interesting. I'm just thinking, we're going to say in like cell and then cell, right? Type. And the idea is that we're going to return a shakes in a fixed and returns a there was a way you could do this. I don't know how. It's not what the fuck this is. No, it's create voxels. I remember how to do it in Bevy. You can like make a type that returns a type. First off, this is not correct. This returns an fn like this. You need to use except I think we want to say core and then wildcard the core in, because then in theory we can just put the cell type in core. So up here we're like, hey, you use the cell, but you also use cell type, because we need cell type to do other stuff. So the idea here is we want to return import. Right, so it needs to return something that implements this, and then each cell type we need to implement. I don't remember what it's called, but we're going to import cell type, and we're going to say fn a lot of this stuff's going to need to be calculated. I remember for the jam to make it faster, we pre-calculated a lot of this stuff and then stored it like in a static variable that was like, it's not, then this is shaders somewhere. I think it's in one of the subcrates and then the block macro, and then you here. No, it must be under assets, blocks. Okay, so we want to say like water. What was it called? Specific heat. Thank you. We go back to here. We go specific heat, which takes in self and returns a fixed, apparently, which is I don't know if those numbers are correct. I don't know if I trust the AI. If I open up my thing, I can actually go validate, because I'm pretty sure I got these numbers from Wikipedia, which doesn't mean they're the most accurate numbers, but at least it means I can compare numbers and be like, are they the same? So the idea is that the specific heat will return a value. These are also like really scaled down. So 4186 apparently, which is apparently like, yeah, my numbers say 4188. But anyway, it's close enough. So we have void. Void is going to have probably like infinity. Fixed, I would say max. The idea being that like if you have it at 0, then void is infinite temperature, when it's the opposite. You want void to be like infinitely cold because it's dividing by the maximum number. So it's from, it's not lit. Lit, I think, takes in, you have to take in a string. Num from num, and then yeah, okay. Copy that one, paste from num. Okay, so I guess water at 4 point, that's fine. What was the other one? So uranium specific heat is apparently 2.22, which I don't know if that's correct, because something, I think if at some point I fucked up my numbers because it's per kilogram, and then obviously because the density is so much higher, but maybe that's right, I don't know. What if I divided that number? 2.22 divided by 19, which is the weight, it gets 11. What did the AI say it was? Okay, I'm gonna go with the AI's one, because that's actually like remarkably close. It's still incorrect in that like we're talking per block, which means that the actual mass does come into it. So then I feel like I just need to time 2 by 19 just so that I can remember that the block weighs 19 ton. So you need to multiply by 19, so this is times by 1. Now this is also going to be const. I want to say const, just so that like when I do use it, it can get the right thing. Oh, from num is not constant. You suck. But why is it not constant? I think because you need to do some fancy stuff. 2 fixed, which is 2 fixed constant. Let's go like fixed 2. Okay, can we just type in fixed? You have a function like 2 fixed, right? That's not constant either. Rounds to negative infinity. Fixed, okay. Frac 2 fixed. Okay, and then 2 fixed says from fixed. Well, that's not how that works, but anyway. Okay, so annoyingly we have to say, wonder if we can do math. I doubt it, but that would be really funny if it could. It's not getting a compile time error, but I know if the number's going to be right. We'll find out, because my assumption is that it needs to be a string literal just so that it can parse it properly. Okay, so that becomes that. So rubber, it weighs 1.6, 1.3. So kilojoules per Kelvin. Okay. So that's remarkably accurate, actually. It terrifies me that the AI actually like seems to have got these numbers correct. Now maybe it's because it can read my other document and it can actually just find these numbers. 1.3. But like I'm impressed, even if it is just like looking it up somewhere else. So the specific is 3 and then 9, which makes that 3, 4, and it's multiplied by 9. Yep, that's also correct. It's times by 8, 9. So its values are slightly different enough that I'm like, it can't just be pulling from my notes, because it's not just rounding. It's actually like picking ever so slightly different numbers. Air. The density of air is 1 kilogram per square meter, and the specific heat is 1, which I think was just me hard coding something, because according to this it's 29 moles per joule. But we can call it 1. For no other reason than because do all these other numbers come to greater than 1? I don't like that rubber is so close to 1, because it's basically 2. Yeah, you need to be like much smaller number because of the other numbers are so small. So I don't think air takes that much energy to heat up. It's like 1,000 times smaller, so maybe we should just make it the smallest increment. So, the issue with that is air will heat up real fast. Maybe that's fine. It has like no mass to it, is the point. Anyway, so you're saying fixed, what is that from num? Yeah, 0. Okay, so the starting energy is always 0, which, if I remember, was a terrible way of doing it, because what you want to do is actually have the like, you want the starting energy to not be absolute 0, because otherwise everything just starts frozen, and yeah, it doesn't really work. Anyway, so we want to fn calculate temperature. So this needs to return this, which is to match. Don't mean to match self. Just say you return fixed energy, and then that energy is I think it's move, and then we return specific heat equal let cell dot specific heat, and then it's energy divided by specific heat, energy divided by specific cell dot specific heat, and then this is a constant, right? Yeah, maybe I feel like I need to do it outside, but that's, I just feel like I want to calculate the reciprocal so that I'm multiplying instead of dividing, but again, that's me trying to optimize shit that may not actually matter. Okay, so then we say this is public. That calculates temperature. I'm assuming it's not going to work because it's not a pub const. Ooh, that means it can run at compile time, which means that it may be able to generate function pointers that actually function point. That would be good. That would be good. Can I take in a const f 32? I don't know if this is allowed. Yeah, so is forbidden type for const, so you can only be an integer, a bool, or a char. Okay, that's depressing. That would have been really nice if it could like pass in a float like that, because it would mean that I could actually guarantee that it is doing what I think it's doing. Anyway, when we say validate temperature, when we say new, you're you generate this, that's not self-validate temperature, it's interesting. Cell. So what was it? Is it logic? We're going to say logic calculate temperature, and then we pass in cell type. This is going to complain because this isn't constant, right? Yeah. Did you take a reference? That was okay. So the answer to that was no. This is clone and copy. Derive. Debug clone copy partial equal hash. Okay, so you don't like this because, well, first off, you're taking a reference, but you don't return a the found opaque type. The arguments to this function are incorrect. I mean, the arguments to this function are incorrect. You need to take in an fn fixed point. Okay. So I feel like I need to then box it, which is annoying. So you need to take in a anything that imports. And apparently plus static, right? So you expected a pointer, so I think I need to box it, which is a pain in the ass, but doable. I hope that like Rust, when you box a pointer like this, like just stores the pointer, because like dynamic dispatching a pointer like that would be stupid. So what are you saying? Mismatch types. We need to box. Oh, no. Validate is now box. New validate like that. Right. So you're saying you may not live long enough. So this needs to plus static like that. Lovely. Yeah, so my hope is that a boxed function pointer is just a function. Like, it just function points. It's not a double redirect, because, like, annoyingly unwrapping, like, having to traverse the box to then traverse the pointer is going to be, like, really slow. Hello, welcome. All you need to start with is to make a fixed point number is easy. All you need to do is start with is some circular functions and a fixed point number. Like, I don't quite understand how you mean by that. Because isn't it like by definition circular logic if that you have to start with a fixed point number to get a fixed point number? I don't know how they keep the number when you multiply by a fraction, but then so validate all temperatures, which is going to take in a chunk. This is okay. Yeah. So no, don't do that. So this is the cell logic, which good reason to have that like that. So we can go here and we can say this is a chunk, and then we're going to say mod. I guess we're gonna where's impulse chunk, because why make it its own thing? And then we say so for fn new this is just going to return cell, like so, and it's going to return cell filled with cells that are actually air, because the point of void is not void. It's, you don't implement copy apparently. Interesting. I think I need to make an empty pub. Empty. Maybe. Yeah. See, empty is not void. Void to me is not necessarily an error, but like a chunk will never have a void cell, because a void cell means you're looking into somewhere where there is no longer a block. Like a block is not allowed to be. So outside of a chunk that there isn't a neighboring chunk is void. And it'll do stuff. So can I then pass in, I don't know if this works, empty. Can I pass in a function like that? No, you don't like that. And I can't call empty, because how do I do that? Cells and implement copy, but like I don't want to copy. I just want you to fucking make this thing but filled with. What do you mean? From lit 0. No, it's not from lit, it's just lit 0. Okay, so what is your problem? Is there a reason that this can't be const? Because we can't box pointer. God damn it. Can I just stick it on cell? Can I just say that fn temperature wait, no, the AI added this. This is actually placeholder for actual temperature logic. Okay, so can I say that this is a cell? Then we say fixed, it's energy. No, because we run into the same issue. You can't take in self like that, I don't think. No. Const. How do I make this constable? See, I don't want to use boxed. I want to use just a regular function pointer. The issue is I don't think I can just use a regular function pointer. I could tie the two together and have a function pointer and a value and then pass that value to the function pointer. See, I can do that. Specific heat? What do you mean? Call non-const function? Yeah, but it's because you're supposed to... This is const. I think it's divide isn't const, which actually means that you're not const, you're just a pointer. Interesting. There's got to be a way to do this. See, I think we can do this, right? Like, this is just a thing that we can do. This is just a function pointer. And then we need a... See, validate temperature. If we can just make you take in and... I'm 90% sure this is what I just did before, but cell type. And then you return a impl fn like that. And then you do that. And then you can make you const now. Right. So well, see, that works. Right. Why are you saying so? Can I call non-const association function? So your new pub const new, right? Which is fine because we don't box this anymore. We just say validation. Yeah, which means that we just change you back to a fn. Okay, set. Now we get rid of your static and go. So this works now. Spending a lot of time making this so that it doesn't have to fucking redirect and I don't have boxed shit. Anyway, so this works. Logic calculate mismatched type because you impl fn. Can you just return fn? I don't think so because I don't think closures can only be coerced to function types if they do not capture any variables. If it's not really capturing anything. What are you capturing? Let specific heat, cell specific heat. Specific heat. But it's constant. Can I write a function inline? Like, is this something that can I make a macro that does this for me? So when we say like property cell new, the empty. So we call that, and then you're complaining because of some logic in here, which is, I don't know if this is going to work. We should probably like make things work first. That's always a. We can't make you constant because logical dumb shittery. But I could always just expand you and put the function myself. Is this just a thing that I can do? Value is none. What is this? You return that. You return that. Okay, no. So what I actually want to do is say that you actually equal E divided by cell air specific heat. Like that doesn't capture anything, right? And then you're saying that this is private, which is fine. Which means that the only issue you have is that it can't be coerced because it's capturing a type, but it's not capturing a type because this is constant. Okay, so can I macro rule calculate temperature, which just takes in a cell, which is a is it dollar sign cell, which is an expression. Hello, welcome to the stream. Sorry, I'm getting very distracted. That works. And then can we just say calculate temperature like that? Oh, we do need an exclamation point. Mismatch type expected. Mismatch type expected fn pointer found closure. Now here's the thing with that. This can go now. You don't have a problem anymore, which means that we can go here and we can say, hey, like if instead I said calculate temperature. Is it logic? Logic. Calculate temperature, exclamation point, pass in air. Do I have to extern you? Is it a public macro rule? No. Extern? No. How do I make a macro rule that can be seen from outside of here? Unused macro declaration. I don't get it. Why can't I do this? Okay. Logic. Okay. Do I have to like use logic? What? What do you mean? I don't know how to make a public macro, apparently. Uh-huh. Does it work now? Aha. Okay. Uh-huh. That seems fine. Then you call calculate temperature. So like that. So what are you saying? Mismatch type, expected function pointer, but found closure. So if I make you public const, nope. Interesting. Well, that's kind of why this is. So we make this type is private, right? This isn't a public type. Okay, it's public type. No, it's a private type, which means that I can now make sure that we can only construct it in valid ways, which means we don't need a new. So we can just say, hey, when we call new, just do that, please. Well, no, it's not. This is not. It's calculate temperature. Something like that. Now you're complaining about something. Mismatch type, expected function pointer found a closure. But why are you calling it a closure? It works here because I'm declaring it constant. But it doesn't work here. Takes in impulse unknown. Interesting. So done here, it knows the type. It's probably because I'm passing in a constant. But I know what the cell type is. Right. So the answer is apparently you just can't. Which I find very bizarre. What if we then went impulse cell type? Okay, right. Let's do this inside logic. We're gonna say impulse cell type like this. We're gonna say pub to super FM calculate temperature, which takes in self, and no, you return a pointer to fixed, and then you just do that, except that's not what the cell types are, but okay. So we have air, water, a void, which is interesting, copper, rubber, and uranium. Okay. That should probably be done with a derive macro if I was going to be pedantic about it. Now, which one's complaining about it? Because now, in theory, we can just say calculate temperature because it takes in self. This needs to be a const as well. Because I'm giving hard types, which means we can match on that, which means that this, when we call validate, we should just be able to say cell type air dot calculate temperature, because you just return a function point. Okay, which means that you should now work, because again, we can take a reference to get a hard type. And then you actually I guess lit. Again, 0 energy, bad choice, but for now I don't care. I spent too much time fucking around with this shit. Then we don't need you to actually be the macro because the technical logic is here. So then this macro calculates that macro, and then that macro calculates that macro. Okay, so chunk. We're going to chunk. We were implementing some chunk logic, which is to say that we need a full chunk of empty, and empty has air in it, not void, because void is, again, it implies outside of chunk. We need some magic stuff here, but mod. I think it was like map maybe. World? Yeah. Well, the issue with world conflicts with Bevy's use of world, and so it annoys me because I end up like always ending up with a Bevy one instead. Anyway, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a map. We're gonna do a map. So the map is then gonna have a obstruct chunk guard. I like chunk. Okay, so chunk garden. We're gonna call it chunk garden because I like that name. But we aren't gonna use it. We're gonna just implement other stuff first. But we're gonna say I'll say it's a core, which is a mute chunk, mute reference to a chunk, and then edges, which is then option reference chunk like that. And then you actually don't do anything, but you need a lifetime because you need to know how long you have access to A and A4. But anyway, that'll become handy later. So let's work on chunks some more. So in chunk we have new, which will give us an empty chunk. Then we want to go like validate, which just takes it to self, immutable, self, and then returns for cell in immutable self cell dot validate. Okay, so you call cell and so validate temperature. I don't think we use this at all. Let's get rid of this. Alright, so get energy, set energy, empty. Excuse me. I mean, yes, but also no. I feel like I should have like properties as like a thing, so instead of like get energy, it's just get and then pass in energy. Kind of slow, but you know. So set energy. I want to like add subtract energy rather than set energy, but maybe not. Add energy, which is that energy plus equals, and pub and then sub sub energy, which minus equals, and then set temperature. Right, so we can add and subtract energy, and we say we can get energy, we can get temperature. If self temperature validate, I don't know. The issue is that this needs to be an option because we need to be able to indicate that it's not there. And it returns self dot temperature. I would like to do the internal mutability of like being able to like wait in line always. So like if it's not validated, validate it, but then again, it's one of those. What we could do is make it always return a value, like it just unwraps to none, and then be like, if for some reason you call it without validating chunk first, maybe, I don't know. I need something like mod iter. So we need a pub struct chunk iter, I guess, which takes in A, and then I don't think that's what we could literally just iterate through. I mean, why wouldn't you just? Like, there's a reason not to do this, and that's because we don't need it for now. I'll leave that there, but I'm trying to remember all the issues I ran into with my thing and like design around them. Rather than like let them creep back up. And the thing was, it's like we did it so that you could iterate through the core of the chunk without touching the edges, because it meant you could apply mutable changes to those without worrying about if a neighboring chunk is going to interact, because those cells don't touch neighboring chunks, and then you only have to single threaded run through the edges because those are the only ones that can actually interact. And in theory, you could do like all odd chunks do the left edge and all even chunks do the right edge at the same time as well. You could like do all sorts of optimizations to make everything as parallel as possible, but it's probably not worth it, to be honest. Use core, no, create core, create voxels like that. Bring in that. Okay, so chunk guard, and so the chunk guard is about when you try to grab a cell that doesn't exist, it returns none. So what you do is you go import chunk garden. We say fn get. Now this is where we start running into weird stuff in regards to optimization, because I kind of want to just go like pub struct cell ID. Pub, no, not a use size. Also not public, I don't think. I think what we want is a IVEC 3, like that. So then that stores the position. But in reality, we might actually, becomes that, which is faster, is we could make our own VEC that uses I8 instead of I32, so that we can fit it into a single bit and calculate that. I don't know. Anyway, so then we're going to say derive. For now, it doesn't matter. We'll call hash and I don't know reasons. Then we want deref and deref mute like that. Okay, so can't find I32 in scope. Okay, well first off, bring in all of preload, please. Thank you. All right, so then we have our cell ID, which is never constructed. Okay, then we get here and we say, hey, chunk garden, when you say get, you take in an ID. So it takes in, I want to say it just takes in cell. And an ID, which is a cell ID, which we need to include in core. So, supercell ID, hub use, okay, like that. Then we go here and we go, hey, cell ID, okay, and then you're going to return a reference to a cell, right? And this is where things get cheeky, because we're always going to return a cell even if the cell doesn't exist, which is where void comes from, because void means that the cell doesn't actually exist. So the idea is that we can make like a const void cell. Maybe we should make that well, no, it's not a const, it's static, isn't it? So we get a cells, and then can we like const void. So this is to create a void cell, right? Which is that the value is none, and then void calculate temperature. So I think the void calculate temperature, we can actually just say we don't care, and you just return fixed 0. Right. We said I. Interesting. I think technically, because temperature is always positive, energy is always positive, pressure, again, can always be positive. We might actually want to make fixed an int, add an IU, because that doubles its range, and in theory we can add and deck rather than having negative values. That might work better. So the idea is that void will always return a temperature of 0. maybe a little bit. Yeah, lit. Annoyingly, it needs to be lit because I don't know why it needs to be a string for it to calculate. Anyway, average temperature of space. Just put in Fahrenheit. It's apparently the literal temperature is 2.7. Cool. So apparently space 2.7 degrees. It just always returns 2.7. So then what was I doing? So we go back to our chunk and we go, hey, no, it's not validate. It's map. So this is this, and then so we okay, which means we were in cell ID and we were adding. So I think I was making a constant void. Yeah, constant void, which is void calculate temperature, which is also apparently none. That should be fine. Because again, you should never be able to. Interesting. Technically, I want to go. The void cell is cell type. Void dot calculate temperature. Sure, fixed max. It again it should literally do nothing because. Wait, what? Point points are not allowed in constants. Okay, fine. It's interesting. Do you want to leave it at none? But the issue I have with none is it's going to end up with that being unvalidated all the time because this is the constant. But then we're going to have a static. Pub static void cell. Like this, which is a cell and a void. Okay. Oh. Well, that's depressing. I was hoping I could make like a static that I can be like cell void cell. Anyway, that means that we just chuck that in the map. And we go, hey, static, public static void cell. Except we can't goddamn do that. Cell void. Annoyingly, you're going to be continuously invalid because I need to make sure that the void cell is actually valid. Anyway, so yep, we do this, we say, hey, you just return a reference to void cell. Here you go. So that's how we always return a valid pointer, is that we say that if I don't find a cell where I'm looking, I just return a pointer to that cell. And because each cell only updates itself, in theory, at least, because knowing me, I'll fuck it up somehow. But because each cell only updates itself, then this void cell should never change its values from the void values. So we just actually need to make sure that the void cell, which annoyingly, I don't know how I can invoke the so specific heat you just return max, which is kind of funny. But when I say was it logic? So somehow we have to call this function. Actually, can we say cell type void dot. We could make void specific heat always equal to whatever the value that we want to be the value, and then we could just use that value. But see, I don't want to hard code everything just for void, but that's kind of what's going to end up happening, isn't it? So we could just do that, and then we just go, what is void specific heat? What did I actually set for specific heat? Max. So if we said instead lit, what's it, 2.7? So we just say that the void is just whatever we put in the void. That feels oddly like error prone. So how do I make that not? The other way to do that would be to say that calculate temperature and you always return cell void dot temperature. Dot get dot expect void is always valid. That's a really bad way of doing it. Okay, so when we say calculate temperature, we just grab the temperature of the void cell. I don't like this. This is bad. It makes me want to say that get should always just return some kind of value. When we say set, we set dirty, and then we say validate is. Can we say like if let new
What's that?
Stop.
No, sorry, what?
the value
Well, I'm getting run. I'll have a shower.
equals self dot value, and then wait. Do we give a reference to self dot value? I don't remember how to do this. Like that, and then like that, and then make exist a mutable self, which then we can say dereference value equals validate that. I don't know again if this does actually anything. And then we say true. Else. Okay. Interesting. I feel like there needs to be a better way of saying that how to set the value for the void cell. I still feel like if you sometimes do get your specific equal, I still want it to be max. I feel like your get needs to not return an option because I need to unwrap. You're unsigned. So we could say that the value can never be equal to 0, and then instead of being an option, when we say set. Sure. Let's pretend that 0 is an error state. Bad programming practices, but I can't put a non-zero in here, which annoyingly means that you have a 0, don't you? I can just call it 0. Thank you. 0 and then fixed 0. What the fuck did I do wrong there? Oh, double colon. Okay, and then you're like, well then again I think this becomes if self dot value wait is int is 0 is finite. It's not a thing you can call, true. Else we need to do the else false because we need to say that we did change it, which means that basically when I say validate, I can be like, hey, when I validate you, do I have to validate the other shit too? Because like if you change the temperature, we'll change the pressure, that kind of thing. So okay. Then when we say option, we can say if self dot value is 0, return none, otherwise some. Now that seems a little bit backwards. In the fun thing of I'm not wrapping it in an option to then unwrap to then wrap it in option, which means that when I go to use it most of the time, but the idea is that I can check for option in my logic, so I don't want it to crash, but we can be like get unchecked now, and that just returns the value. So in places where I don't want to call unwrap because it might crash, like places where I would call unwrap, but I don't actually care if the value somehow ends up being 0, it should never be 0. But if we say get unchecked, then done. It calculate temperature, get unchecked, done. Witchcraft. So get energy, add energy. Is it empty? Wait, what am I? Okay, here. So these need to be fixed 0, and you're also fixed 0. That can I make new for you, or is that? Like new view works, but for some reason it won't let me do it. Or will it let me do it now? Can I say like new and then we say cell type void dot calculate temperature, something like that. Is this gonna work? Yes. Okay. So same with you. So we're gonna say property cage new validate temperature like that. Interesting. Because it starts with 0, it means like it starts invalidated, which is a good way of doing that. I feel like energy needs to be the same, but again, technically 0 energy is a thing, but not actually achievable, which is fun. Same with you. Except cool. Now you work. Which this is also const, so like, surely that implies that I can call like self new cell type air. Does that work? And then void. Lovely. Now the void technically may need some extra stuff to tweak it to work, but wait, no, we don't want it new void. Void actually, ironically, void gets constructed properly. Value is fixed lit 2.7, right? Okay, so technically they should never be called, but the idea is that the void here, this void is a specific, like, we hard code the values of void here. Yeah, okay. So the new gives us that, and new takes in the cell type. So maybe we should give each cell a starting energy, but then again, I can't be bothered. Because it's 0 energy is just a bad idea. Like I'm gonna feel like I'm gonna get a lot of crashes because 0 energy, like divide by 0 comes by errors. But 0 divided by anything is infinity, isn't it? Yeah, no, 0 divided by anything is 0. So actually that's gonna work, doesn't it? It's the issue is that zeros will propagate, and that if you've got 0 energy or 0 temperature, which means you have 0 pressure, because all those things are intrinsically linked to each other. Anyway, map, chunk, get cell. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to say yeah, logic, isn't it? Okay, so we're going to import our cell ID, which is the idea of implementing the cell ID is you want a consistent way of always getting the same block when it's inside of a thing, like you always want to get the same cell. So I've had issues where like I'll write it and then like in 3 different places I'm iterating through chunks in 3 different ways. So the idea is that this cell ID is the way that you canonically get to a cell. So we're going to say index. Also I32. Interesting. Just thinking. we could probably do with having a cell ID and a block ID. And the difference. Difference. See, I feel like the cell index needs to be a U30, and then the ID is an I32, and then we enter this, and then we say you don't well, index, so which takes in self, this clone and copy, and returns a obstruct chunk. There'd be a map thing, wouldn't it? Map. So we need like a okay. Then we need the pub struct. Honest, this shit goes inside map. Because now I can have private types that without having to declare public row. Not a. It says an enum garden index. Again, anyone curious, just called garden because that's what the AI suggested, and I think it's actually kind of a neat name. So we're going to say index of core means the middle, up, down, left, right, forward, back. All right, so I'm going to put a comment. This is 0, 0, 0. Up is technically you're 0, 0, 0. So you would be 0, 1, 0. Down is that. Left is that. Right is that. You are that. And you are that. Except that we're going to put core at the bottom. Like so, for a very cheeky reason, which is that the garden index will represent like that. Now we can use it to index into here. So first off, we need to like use the Bevy prelude. Use Bevy prelude like this, like this, like this. Okay, so when we say new cell, so you just pass in 3 I32s. Sure, that'll work. So when we say index, you take in self and you return a tuple, which is a cell index. Now I feel like the cell index should maybe actually be an index use size. Because there's no point storing a U32 and then having to convert it to the index later when we've already checked all this kind of stuff. But the idea is you pass this in and you're also going to return. I don't know if this should be public. And off, yeah, maybe. Wait, index in garden. Right. Yeah. This also probably shouldn't be public. This is like a private thing, but you can call a different. So index, which takes in self and returns a sure, return cell index. Import cell index. Const fn new x I32 y I32 z I32. Interestingly, and return self. Now I have to assert that debug assert, maybe? Cell index coordinates must be non-negative. Okay, cool. And then you take the and then also debug assert is less than chunk size. Apparently this isn't where chunk size is located, but anyway, that's cool. Where the hell is chunk size located then? It's inside chunk, isn't it? Okay. Okay, so the chunk and then the equal validate. For now. Anyway, so we're gonna say, yep, you know, that's the chunk size vector. Make sure we, I guess we put chunk size in core then. Chunk and also chunk size. Super map. We're going with cell ID, something like that. Anyway, so the idea is that you can assert that this is this, and then we say it's x plus y, except I like to do x, z, y. And now I hope that this compiles away into nothingness, but we'll never know. So x, so it's, and then into the z, and then into the y. Okay, cool. So then indexing garden, which is going to then turn a garden index, right? Which then says, want to match. Oh, this might be a bit difficult. Out of bounds, which is how do I indicate this? X, y plus z is greater. There's greater than 1. Basically, if any of these numbers, if you're more than one step away in any axis, in a combination of axes, is you're outside of the garden, because the garden is only adjacency. Okay, so we need to match. This is going to be a complicated match. Self dot x is less than 0. Self dot y is less than 0, self dot z is less than 0, self dot z is greater than chunk size. Now, the issue with this is I do feel like if you pass a chunk that is a cell that is too far away, these are going to result in values, so maybe. Do we x divide by chunk size, maybe? Self dot z divided by chunk size. I was trying to think, like, if you pass in something that's really far away, technically it should be out of bounds, but like that logic would still catch it as being in bounds, which is just wrong. So then we need to say, okay, so if you are 0, 0, 0, then you return self xyz core. That's not how this works. If you are 1, 0, 0, then you are cell index new self dot x minus chunk size as well. That tells me that chunk size should probably. Okay, let's make another const called iChunk size, so I don't have to keep calling it as i32. And this is just chunk size as i32. Mostly because it just annoys me. So iChunk size. Apparently that's something else we need to include in the exports. Okay, so we're gonna go back to here and say chunk size, also iChunk size. Thank you. So this is x is greater. Yes, this is to the right. Okay, and then we say if you're -1, you're to the left. If you're 1, you're up. If you're down, you're down. Yep, negative. And then forward is negative, and backwards is positive. Okay, I don't know if that's correct for the Bevy specific thing. And then for every other case, you return whatever the hell that is out of bounds. That's unnecessary because that is the right type, if you don't mind. Rem Euclid. I don't know why the AI decided that it needed to cast it all as an i32. Anyway, I must have it somewhere else that it's decided that it's... Okay. I probably did it myself then by looking at that. Okay. Alright, that seems correct. So, then when we do this, and this gives it a cell index, and so when we say, hey, can we go to chunk garden and say, hey, get? So we're going to say, yep, do that, and then we want to match that doesn't seem right. Garden index. So garden index core, which should be most of the time, so I feel like making this return early is a good idea. Stop doing that. I just want this dot core is dot get and then index, right, like that, and then everything else is going to say you need to return. Okay, and then let sub equal. Okay, and then you do one. Actually, technically, we can just say so let sub equal if let sum. If let garden index core equals garden index self dot core dot get index else we return this. Right. So return that. And again, I don't think I need to actually necessarily do anything with this. I can think of how to do this without doing that. All right. Else, if let sum chunk equals as you size get chunk, otherwise return void. There we go. A nice, neat way of doing that. Now we need to actually add the ability to get to a chunk. Okay. I mean, technically, I feel like the chunk garden. This is, was it technically a mute chunk garden? But maybe we should. make you a chunk garden mute, and then then we have a chunk garden, and then I think the chunk garden can be even easier. No, because I don't want to have to check for the non-mute version, so do that. So we should probably also implement new, I guess. New, which takes in a reference to a chunk and then edges like that, and then just constructs itself. Okay. So again, we're going to chunk and we're adding a get function to chunk. So fm get, oh god, dying, self and an index, and then it just gets the cell itself dot index. We need to include that in our goddamn thing. Goddamn it. Right. We need to go to core. We need to say, hey, export the chunk ID and also the cell index, like that. Right. So apparently gets private. Okay. So why does this not work? No method name validate found on cell. Cell. Do empty energy, get temperature, validate, takes in self. Don't do that. That would be really dumb. Invalidate any cache depending on temperature. That's how it will work. The idea is that because we can work out temperature purely by nothing but knowing the type and the type and the energy. So we're nothing but the material and the energy. We can work out the temperatures. The temperature is done first. We'll invalidate anything after that. It relies on the temperature, and then as we go down the list, like, you know, you have to do things in the order. And the idea is that nothing should be able to invalidate temperature once it's been validated, because the only thing that can do that is to change the actual energy of the thing, which is, you know, you don't do that while you're validating. So, actually, fine. Okay. Pub and get. Field 0 on struct is private. Yes. I need you to be you are deref. So we just dereference it then, I guess. Like that. Cool. Okay. So that's get, and then that gets us a cell, a reference to a cell. Okay, so we call validate, and then validate goes through and validates every cell. Okay, so I want to say that we're at a point where we might be able to compile something, but we need to make it render as well, which is what Voxels was about. I don't really remember how to use Voxels, but we have it. So okay, so we need to go to map. All right, map needs a like a well, I feel like this is something you should put on a chunk. Why am I not doing it on a chunk? Because putting it on a chunk would mean, yeah. Okay. So, to be honest, I feel like this function needs to be like its own sort of thing because it's parallelizable and whatnot. So maps, we can have a okay. Funny but no. Map. So we're gonna have like a pub tick, which is going to take in a mutable garden like that. Maybe there's no reason to have an immutable garden. Why would you want an immutable garden? Okay, yeah, I'll go with that logic. Let's remove the unmutable version until we determine that we actually needed an immutable version. Because for some reason I'm going, oh, well, you want a mutable and an immutable, but it's like, well, you never actually want an immutable version because like the only reason you're using the garden is because you want to mutate the middle without mutating the edges. What are we doing? Map. Okay, so we need a tick which takes in mute garden and a tick, which is going to be a youth. It's a U32 U size maybe. Right. So it's just be run tick. Right. So then the run tick will run, and the thing that run tick does is it's going to go. Interesting. Okay, so the issue is that the chunk garden's going to get to be the chunk garden because we kind of need to be able to do it inside you so that we know that we're not touching you. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, actually, take out that entirely. No, you still need the. No, yeah, you need the. Okay, well, we're going back to non-mutable because the chunk in the center is not mutated. The chunk garden. The idea is that the reason we have set the core separate to the others is that the core is indisputable. Like the core has to always be there. So if the core is to be there, we don't have to do this check to get the core. We just go, hey, your core. I don't know if it is any faster, but like in my head it's more obvious that like you can't not have a core. So then when we go back to map and we say tick, we need to say we don't want a mute garden, we just want a garden. We want a chunk, which is a mutable reference to a chunk. Right, and then a garden like so. And then we want to say something like we don't want to call chunk.validate because chunk.validate, this chunk is going to be a dummy chunk. So this is the chunk you pass in. We populate this chunk and then we're going to hot swap the chunk out. It's what lets us run really parallel is that we're actually going to have two, like double buffer it basically. So the idea is that this chunk, do we even need to pass this chunk in? Probably because we don't want to be initializing and instantiating lots of memory, and this is lots of memory every time. So, because I was thinking you could just make it return the type, but you know, so we're going to say for cell mute cell in chunk dot iter mute. Don't stop validating cells. You do not know what you're trying to do, you crazy little thing. So we're gonna get a chunk and we're gonna say, hey chunk, can we import? Nope, that's not correct. Iter mute, which takes in mute self and returns an iterated mutable cells, and then just calls cells to mute. Okay, let the compiler work out the types there. Cool, lovely. And then we're gonna need a mute, which gives us access to the cells mutably. So no. This is where we steal code from the other version. We go, how the hell did I calculate temperature? This over here. Let's bring it back over here so you guys can see. So we go, this code is horrendous, but it's, you know, voxel, say automata, what's this, logic? Nope, that was apparently testing something. Water is liquid, yep, those are just actual tests. Logic, step diagnostic. I love that I did this. I wish I could have worked out how to do this without, wait, what? Cell ID? Wait, what? ID, cell ID. Get a mute. What the hell is this? What is this? Okay, anyway, so we traded RNG for some reason. This was for diagnostics. We say ID and data. Okay, yeah, we do need that. Okay, so that's a good point. Yeah. And then, so if some mute cell neighbors.get ID else one is out of bounds ID. Okay. Skip if cell is void. Okay. And then, so this should never happen because the cell should never, ID should never return void. Anyway, debug assertion, neighbor ID, in ID neighbors. Okay. If let some neighbor get neighbor, skip the cell neighbor is out of bounds. Okay. And then we say T1 is equal to cell.temperature. T2 is equal to neighbor.temperature. Delta is T1 minus T2 cell.lookup G neighbor.getBlockUp. Okay. G here is the coefficient between the two. So the idea is that certain metals, well, like two materials with different thermal conductivity will conduct temperature differently depending on their conductivity. So G was like a pre-computed table of said values, and then you say that the amount of energy transferred, heat transfer, is G times dt, the delta in the temperature. So that does mean that T needs to be I, because we can technically have a negative temperature gradient. But I think I actually want to. But then you'd branch it. I was going to say I could just do an if T1 is higher than T2, and then like add or subtract based on that. But yeah, it might still be better because of the extra thing. And I'm assuming the compiler can make it branchless. I don't actually know. So we're still missing a lot of stuff before we can actually even get this thing to run. So what did I copy? Chunk iter. So instead of passing in a chunk, we want a chunk iter, which is going to be iters. I'm going to say obstruct chunk iter, which takes in an A, and you have a chunk. I assume just a chunk, and I don't quite know why it's holding a number like that. Which one is this? One of these. Like the chunk iter has a cell ID, which I'm assuming is the offset. Right, because it keeps that for its own internal thing, and then an iter mute chunk has to deslice it a mute chunk. Right, and then when I run the increment thing, I next, and then we say some self.id, and then we say self.x plus this, which I don't think I need to do because I'm not. Or maybe I do need to do it. Why are you running? What the hell is capping out my core? What is using up all my memory? Jesus Christ. All right. Anyway, what am I doing? Next, plus. Okay, so here. So chunk iter, and then see, I feel like the actual iterator, which is going to be like chunk is std with a slice iter mute with a lifetime of A and a chunk as its type, because I feel like the standard library slice iterator will be faster than anything I could possibly write. And then interestingly, well, that's the thing, isn't it? I'm trying to think, because what I was doing is it's using the ID to get the neighbors. So, like, current, and then it would be a a cell ID. Do we want to return a cell ID? Well, also in reality, we should probably say current X, which is, I want to say just a U8, but U32, I32. Yeah, I don't want to convert types. Is what's what I'm doing here. So we say that's what you start at, and we say you can't find chunk and scope, so you're just going to use create Voxel's core. Thank you. Like that. All right. So the chunk iterator does this, and then when we say import iterator for chunk iter a your type. What is going on with my brain on it? Okay, so your type is you return a new cell and a neighbor iter, right? Which I guess also is a. No, it doesn't need a because it's just going to return numbers. Okay, you do that. So I am curious if maybe we should just parse in that and return that from the thing. Okay, so fn next. This returns option item. Yep. So we're going to say, yeah, let cell equal do that. So if there's nothing left in the iterator, return. Then we say self x plus equals 1 if okay if self dot current x is greater than or equal to chunk size, I chunk size, thank you. Then self dot current x equals 0 and self dot current z plus equals 1. Can I be silly and go maybe I just thought in my head of a really interesting thing about the fact that I'm using powers of 2. So we need to return a neighbor iter, so we actually have to make a neighbor iter. So pub struct neighbor iter, right? And then a neighbor iter is just going to be a I feel like you can just can I just make you hold a std slice iter that's static that holds cell IDs, not cells, right? I don't know if this is gonna work because we're gonna say pub new. We're gonna import neighbor iter. Pub new And this is a private type actually. The reason this is a private type is that I'm going to make it have a really weird API, which is that it's going to say start index, right? Which is going to be a cell index. No, it's just going to be a U32, right? And then we return cell. Right. So then, and this is the interesting part, is we're going to return dot into iter. I want to know what type you are. Now the issue is that you appear to be an into iter, but that's a core array iter. Okay, array iter. Is that correct? See, it's called into iter, but is it into iter? But I don't want you to be an into iter. No. Why you mean iter? And then your type is going to be stop putting my cursor somewhere else. Cell ID new. Now, my question here is that, is an iter better? I assume an iter is better. I don't actually know what the type is. Come on, you had it before. Yeah. So it's a pointer, non-null t, end or a len is a const pointer to t. Marker fandom data a reference a to t. Immutable slice iterator. This struct is created by the iter method on slices. Yes, but my question is this a size type? I don't fucking know. I can return that, and then you can accept it apparently. Like, this is just apparently a very valid thing to do, except it's complaining about something else. T. Can I just give you T? Yeah, they're not real things. Into iter doesn't take a lifetime, but does iter take a lifetime? Iter definitely takes a lifetime, so there you go. So you actually into iter, which doesn't take a lifetime. Cool. Because we get rid of your lifetime. We say, hey, you just an iter, but you take two generic arguments, which is and then a size, and your size is 6. Yeah, 6 neighbors. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say let x equal not modulo its index and 32, 31. Yeah, 31. Right. And then you're shifted 30, yeah, XYZ. Except I. Wait, no. You should be an I, because leaving you as an I means I don't have to fuck around with that later. And then, so that means you need to be an I. And I'm pretty sure, because I'm not touching the top bit, you should never be a problem of like suddenly wrapping around, because we never actually poke the top bit. So then we're going to say, hey, so neighbor 1 is, I don't remember how I did it. So we're technically placing XYZ, wouldn't we? No, don't. So yes, you're complaining because you're the wrong size, but it's not important. What is the order of the map? I need this ordering. So it's this is the ordering of neighbors. Except this is a comment, if you wouldn't mind. I need to So we can go in and come back and go like that. Go that way, like that. Okay, so then we want to go paste. Well, maybe paste. That's a lot of enters. Why so much indentation? Okay, so if I've got this right in my head, so we say this one, minus one, minus one, plus one, plus one, minus one. So when we say inner neighbors, we basically extract out which cell we're talking about, except you are 5 and you're 10, if you wouldn't mind. So then we iterate through and we return this and we say, hey, so you return like that. Sum. Why are you not liking this? Match type. Why am I saying that you're returning a chunk? Because I think somewhere, okay, so your cell. So chunk getter returns cell. Private type. So pub. Right. New is private. There we go. That. New, and then we give it the current index, and then we say self.current. Okay, and then we say chunk getter, and then we iterate through the chunk, and this iterates through each cell, and this gives us access to the cell and all the neighbors. Okay. Now theoretically, I could probably make it a thing on a garden that we can pass in the garden and get an iterator of the actual neighbors itself. But we'll see. We'll work that out for a bit. That 100% seems like a smarter thing to do. But anyway, so run tick. We say cells. And we say, okay. So first off, you don't get a mutable reference to a chunk. You get a chunk getter like that. Which I think means that this needs like an A, but we'll work that out. Then I think we just parse you because you use implement iterator, right? And then we say new cell, which we don't need to because it's very new. It's just a cell, and then neighbor, right, like that. And then we come down here and we say for neighbor in neighbors. Okay, so it kind of works, maybe. Oh, how? Interesting. So, one thing we need to get self. So, oh god, got a cold and my nose is starting to run. It's annoying me. I probably should have muted myself before I did that. That probably wasn't fun. Anyway, so let core equal garden dot get right. You need to return so the chunketer, the bastard that it is, probably also needs to return an ID like that. By underscore index. No, stop. You are just index and 31. Z is I also feel like I need to have like a method of getting it via cell index. Something like that. Okay. So by index and then self.current. Like two. Well, as you size. There you go. Right. So you or see, this is why I think if we put this on the chunk garden, like we want to call the iter on the chunk garden maybe because then like we can just return the actual values rather than having to then look them up later. But who knows? Okay, so this is the core, and the core is to get the garden, and then we're going to say what? Yep. Did I not implement iterator for you? I thought I implemented iterator for you. Right. Oh no, I didn't. You contain an iterator, which means you just do that. Yep, cool. So we then go where will we map iterator? So now we have access to our neighboring cell, and then so we say well, because of the logic of like the core is always the core, we're gonna say let t1 or t0 equals core let sum t0 equals core dot get temperature, else continue, but we want to warn error cell temperature was not validated before tick. Okay, and then so core, and then no, okay. Let's rename you to core ID. Like that, right? And then we pass in core ID, and then we're gonna go hello. Sure, call you temperature. Yes, you don't implement display. Now what was I gonna do? So to go back to wherever we have our cell ID, which I think is in map, isn't it? Cell ID. Yeah. So we're gonna I feel like you should return a cell index so that I could actually like look it up faster, because I think there's no point recalculating everything. So impl std format display. Okay. I feel like this is the reason not to have the two of them. Yeah, okay. So let's get rid of cell ID entirely, because as I've just included in my own head here, we can rename this to cell ID. I think it's better to have this. So when we say new, and we hey this, we go, hey, assert that these are true. Instead of doing this, it theoretically should. We should 5, and then it should pick up that that's their powers of 2, and do that. But rather than leave it up to the compiler. I think they should work. I don't know. There we go. So we move all those together, and then we say, hey, you don't do that anymore. So by index, and you just do this, which ironically, we can just say, so by the index like that, and then when we say index, we just say self dot 0. Wait, what? Right, that was just returning itself. That's kind of funny. So when we say index, we just say usize, which then just returns self.0. Right, and then index in garden, which then returns a usize. And then we match. Ooh, okay. So this is gonna be fun. Self and ended with 31. Ended with 31. But we also need to shift you that way 10. And then you are shifted 5 and then ended with 31. And ending those with 31 just made me remember that wait, we can't end with 31, can we? Damn. This doesn't work because we need to be able to have negative and positive values. What we can do instead is pull like a choose complement and RS. That might work. I don't know. I feel like I'm overcomplicating everything. So how many bits do we have? 32. Divide by divide by 3. So we can have up to 10 bits per. So we just go with like, we're using 5, so we're just like 7. Okay. So first up, you, and then you're shifted, let's say 7 and then 14. Right. So we assert that this is this and this is this. So when we say new, we assert that it's inside. Then we say display, and then we say cell. Then we go, okay, so this is this. Well, I guess we just say something like let x, y, z equals self dot to x, y, z. And then we just, yeah, print x, y, z. Right. So then we need to go down here and we need to go like, hey, to x, y, z, takes itself and returns that. So it's this ended with 32. So we kind of need to split the numbers out, which is that, so 1 shifted 7 minus 1. Like, what the fuck number is this? Just want to know what this number is. I think let's make some consts. Const x. Oh, well, mask. S. Right, which is 2, 4, 6, 7. Alright, so you mask out 7 bits. Like so. So ended with mask. Self. Ask. Okay, yep. And then yep, good. Do that to those two. But then you're shifted 14 and 7 respectively, like this. But then we need to do a we need to probably make them mutable. And we say if x is greater than 1 shifted 6, Right. I think that's how that works. Because that's a mask of all 7 bits, where we kind of just check in the 6th bit. To comp 2. I don't know what that's all about. 6, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. What are you? What's that? 64. Okay. Sure. Minus equal. I think you minus equal. Comp 2. I think that's actually how that works. Okay. Well, X is so this is like I-32 apparently. Okay, and then this. This. Except this Y. Thank you. And your Z. See, I mean, again, I'm making things way more complicated than they really need to be. Yep, cool. So basically the idea is that we're masking out the 7 bits at a time, and if the 7th bit is set, then it's a negative number, and if not, then it's a positive number, which lets us stay within the you can be like up to a chunk out. In theory, you should never be a chunk out, but anyway. So index and garden. So then we need to end this with mask. No, we need to say let x. We say we need to pass in x divided by y divided by z divided by Can you just return out of bounds and just return, I guess, 0? Right, and then so you would be a you return core, and then you just return I guess it's self. Right, so you just return self and core, and then well, you return right, but you're just self minus chunk size. What? No, you put the whole thing back. No, it's just it's there. I don't know why the AI, when I control S, decided that it wanted to implement it. Alright, so then we say if you're -1, we just say self plus chunk size, right? So the idea here is that basically if you're at 0x and you move into the chunk to the left, you're now at the maximum chunk size. Now this feels like the wrong number, because if we're at 30, so we want to actually subtract 31. Okay, so we're gonna say, hey, we need a pub const I chunk size deck, which is just going to be I chunk size -1. Right. So chunk size underscore deck. Wait to make sure that's included too. My chunk size deck. Thank you. So the idea being that so if you're at this one is if you're at 31, which means you're on the boundary, and you move one to the right, then you're back at 0. So we subtract 31. Except apparently this needs to be a back to use size again. Use size, which means we just go doing chunk size -1. Okay, it's just chunk size deck. Don't probably need to be using these as constants anyway. Chunk size deck. We have now modified the name, which means we need to modify this too. Okay, right. So we do this, and then on this one we say self okay, so that's the y. We have to work this out. So let's just comment this out for now. But that is what we want. We want this. So you subtract 1, and then you'd be add 1. You'd be adding that value. Except don't take the whole thing. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Fuck something up. Apparently that's right. Okay. And comment it out. Come down here and go, hey, so you become dereferenced self, then minus chunk size. Except that's not right. This is my fault for swapping X and Y, but what's happening is the AI is constantly trying to make Y the second dimension when I actually want Y to be the third dimension because I like having it flat and then up. Except you go away now, you become a plus, and this whole section goes away and becomes back. Okay. Apparently we have too much. Okay. So I don't think it's multiplied by deck. So what do we... See, the thing is that it's more like, it's chunk size times chunk size. Right. So here's the thing I need to work out is if we want to step 1 back on the Z, I think it might just be this chunk size deck times chunk size. Except it's not I chunk size, it's just chunk size, my dude. Okay. I don't know if that's actually correct. I'd have to like plot it out. But we'll find out because we'll just do some really basic stuff. And then we need to get rid of the eyes on this. But the idea is we need to be stepping like 1 across. But I think the -1 still works because I think it's like 1 across, but not quite. Because we're 1 down still. Because we're actually trying to step back 1, which I think should work. Because in the X, it's just 1, but in the Z, to step back and stay in the same Z, we have to step back a whole chunk size, which is why I think the deck works. Anyway. So index and garden, and then we say, hey, core, get temperature, get temperature. So, wait, why does get temperature borrow immutably? The fuck? No. You don't need it immutably. Go away. Okay, so we get temperature, and we otherwise return error saying that, hey, you didn't actually set the temperature for that, and then we have to go back to our old code and go, what was the logic for calculating the temperature? I think we needed the Q values, which in reality, we're not going to do, maybe, I mean, I might if I get time, but I'm not planning on doing them tonight because it's just that little bit extra of complications. So logic, let's just do that. Copy you. Technically, each one should validate its temperature right at the end, but I feel like validating, which fucking code editor is it? Validating each of the temperatures at the beginning makes more sense in terms of not fucking something up. You know, you never know. Okay, so for neighbors, let some neighbor data get neighbor. maybe don't do whatever this. Okay. Maybe do whatever this is. Okay, so we're gonna say let NEIGHBOR equal garden get neighbor. Okay, so that gets us this, and then we're gonna say let temp1 equal neighbor dot get temperature sum end else error neighbor temperature was not validated before tick continuing skipping. Now neighbor okay. Right, so the thing with this is I think it will break the numbers, but that should be fine. My worry is that like somehow it'll end up really out of sync and everything will end up bad because one thing got invalidated. But I think the worst thing to do would be to continue calculating the temperature because of what ends up happening is that we want to say that your so chunk it a chunk we get this cell. So I'm going to say that the very first thing we do is we say that cell equals core. Right. I guess clone. Then we need to go make you clone because you're not actually clone yet. But anyway, you're not clone. All right. So cell equals. So basically, we're just taking this in just to save memory, like so we're not reallocating every time. Is we're going to keep basically a backup. So then we clone this in to that location. I assume the compiler is smart enough not to like to do that in place and not to fuck around doing other shit, but we'll never know. So then we want to say that the what was the logic? So we say the temperature 1, temperature 2. Yeah, we've got temperature 1, temperature 2. Then we say that they let delta. So if temp 0 is greater than temp 1, else if temp 0 is less than temp 1, I mean else continue. I don't think it's a good way of doing it, but anyway, so we need to say that the temperature delta, which is temperature 2, okay, so this is that temperature 1. I mean, technically we can calculate, no. Okay, so we can say, oh god, I hate when I click up here and then the arrow still got a suggestion. So let delta equal, okay, so in this case we know that temperature 1 is bigger than temperature 2. Okay, and then the same thing, but we're going to flip it around, and then I don't know why this don't add the fucking else back and then remove the, oh, sometimes this AI is just, okay, so now we have the delta. We need the G, then we're going to say like cell.lookup G, and then pass in the neighbor. Okay, so we're going to say like const fn lookup G, and then there's just block A cell type, block B cell type, placeholder for the actual conductivity lookup table. Okay, yes, make it like 1, please. What? Wait, what? I mean Bevy fixed. That's the wrong fixed. Yeah, wrong fixed. Crate voxels core fixed. No, where did I put the? No, this is in voxels. So I think it's just that fixed. Yeah, okay. So first off, we need to replace with use path. That should fix it because it's technically more specific. All right, then we block A, block B. So we're going to say G equals look up G for core dot block type and neighbor dot block type. Then we have to go add that to cell. This is taking a real long time. All right, cell. So in here we say block type, which is it takes itself and just returns it its own thing. I'm just gonna say inline always. I don't think it matters, but you know. So we look up G, which gives us our fixed value. We should probably look up G before we get to the branch because it's going to be the same value regardless of what happens in the branch. Technically, the only difference is that so the heat transfer is times by G. So let then G underscore delta equals G times delta. And you're the same. See, here's the saturating add. Okay. So I'm curious if there is a not like like add apply sort of thing. I guess there is no add assign, isn't there? Possibly. So let delta so this is the energy delta. So this is when temperature 1, so temperature 0, which means that this cell is hotter than the other one, which means that you're losing energy. So you lose this much energy. So we need to say that cell dot energy subtract energy delta, and then that adds energy delta, and then that should be that done, I believe. Okay. Right. So I mean, technically, because we don't do anything else, we just do that. Okay. So it'd be nice to make that branchless, but I literally cannot think how to. The idea is that if they're equal temperature, they won't transfer any energy. So then we iterate through all of those, and then we finally call like cell dot. Right, we are doing it to cell. Yeah, cell. Dot unique. Okay. So me going, what is unique? Well, unique is going to be players. In cell. Hub some unique cell. Placeholder for any unique logic. We're going to say match self dot cell type. I'm going to say cell type uranium self dot energy plus equals that. Yeah, plus equals fixed lit. I don't know, 100. I don't know. Interesting question, isn't it? And then everything else just returns nothing. The idea being that the unique is just run at the end to be like, hey, like, what do you do every tick? Theoretically, it should probably take in a tick like that. Track it down. And then we could like say like only add so much energy or only do it every so many ticks. The idea being that like you could just run some unique logic. At some point, we should actually make this into like an application that'll run. What are you complaining about? So you're saying that core.get past an index. Okay, oh, we usually get the same. Nope, nope, don't keep undoing. We need to get by index. It takes in self and does this. Now we change both of these to get by index. Okay. Right. So I guess next we go back to main here and we say mod game. I don't think, yeah, it's gonna put a question mark in. I think that'd be really funny. So we need to be like plugin. Come on, catch up, Rust Analyzer. I want the plugin snip. Plugin nip. Game plugin. So the game plugin is in charge of doing the game stuff. Okay, so we need to like have a system like fm spawn and start chunk, test chunk, right, like that, like that. And then we need to go so spawn test chunk material. So we need commands, so mute commands like that. Maybe that's all we need. Not quite sure. Okay, so we need to say like let new chunk equals chunk new. Then we need to say commands dot spawn chunk. I guess it would be like this, and say chunk. Then we say name is test chunk. We kind of want to go something. So you need to be a component. And then we need to technically pub struct next chunk, which is then a pub chunk like that, and then you're also a component. Actually, I think I want to give you some more information, such as pub. So chunk is a chunk, and oh god, my nose. I'm just gonna use. God, that's disgusting. Okay, so and then we need a has run like that. Okay, then we're gonna import next chunk like this, and I'm gonna just like again, I for some reason in my brain, there's just this thing about using they're called like not guards, but I guess they are guards. I don't know. They're like it's the idea of using getters and setters that when you get something, it sets some internal state so that like it knows that you got it. So the idea being I can be like pub borrow, which takes in mute self and returns a new chunk, right? if self has run, if self hasn't has run, return has run true. So do I return option? I feel like I should return a result actually. Of a reference, middle reference to a chunk and a let's make an enum. So we'll include this error then. Not version 1, does it not have a space? This error? There. No, it's easy to list this error. Okay. Fuck grammar, I guess. Okay, so the idea is if you say okay, chunk, else error. No, it's so I'm gonna derive this error and debug, and it's not a next chunk error, it's just a chunk error. Chunk has already run this tick. Right, chunk error. And then you say, hey, you've already run. Then you don't do that. Okay, so the idea is if I try to borrow it and if it's already run, or it hasn't run, say that it's run and then let them borrow it. If it hasn't, return an error. Then we can say pub take, which we give a mutable reference to itself and a new, I guess, and new self, no, new chunk. And this also returns a result chunk. So we say if not has run, if has run equals false, std mem swap self chunk with new, chunk not run is tick, not run, right? And then so you return a not run, and then you do not return. You do wait, what? Take returns a unit, I guess, and it just does nothing. Right. So technically it's correct to do that. You do return, okay. Swap. Passing an unit value to a function. Moving the expression in front of the call and replacing it with a unit literal. Like that. Okay, so we say take, and this will swap. I guess we should probably call it swap then. Right. The idea being it should be very easy to track down errors like this because it's just gonna go, hey, you can't fucking do that. We need a map. We need to go, hey, we need like a. I feel like cell ID should be inside cell, just because. But then also so should. Like it could also just be like you could argue just as much that it should be inside chunk because it's actually how you access inside of a chunk. So we're gonna just like leave everything here. Map. Chunk ID. Now I think you're gonna be the same, where you're just gonna end up. Wait, not impl. Struct. Then you're just gonna be like an IVEC 3. We could make it a 4-dimensional sim if I really wanted to hate myself. Anyway, impl trunk ID. Yeah, cool. You fucking you know that. I don't care. Anyway, you need like a deref and deref mute like that. Hey, chunk ID, and then we're going to say, hey, chunk ID is actually a component for once. Component. And then because it's a component, it gets fancy stuff like I think it's component on add equals self on add. And now for the fun part of Bevy's hooks, I need to remember how the fuck to do it. Chunk ID fn on add, which is not commands, it's not this, it's world, no, mute world deferred world, deferred world, and it's a ETX hook context. Hey, now I remember what they're called. I was doing this the other day. I was like, I fucking have no clue what they're called. Okay. So we need to say that you require a transform so that we can safely access the transform from inside the hook. We go, hey, let self open it. This. I love it. Like I steal keywords from other languages, like this, for like when I'm trying to use the hey, I'm referring to myself, the thing that I'm programming, without using self because that's a Rust keyword. So I'm like, hey, this then. And then we say like world dot get say CTX entity, right? And then we can say expect no, it's chunk ID. This is a chunk ID. It was just added. Right. So then your type is in fact chunk ID. Okay, you didn't know this is entirely what thingamabobs were added for. What are they called? Like observers or hooks. This is what they were added for. It's the idea of like I can go, hey, you added this component, now I need to do something to the other components without waiting and being like potentially in an invalid state. As soon as this component gets added, this gets wrong. Get mute transform. This is a chunk ID. No. Transform is our required component for chunk ID. Right, and then we say transform dot translation equals this dot to translation. And we need to say, hey, dereference this because dereference this. Okay, and then sure. fn pub fn translation. Yay. Except something tells me don't do float math like that. Don't do any math like, what the fuck are you doing? Okay, this is maybe not the best, but ivec3 sure times this now shifted, was it 5? Right, maybe I think it's 5. Is it 32? Shifted 5, right? XYZ shifted 5 dot as vec3. Now, what is your complaint? Because that's not how you do that. No. Hey. Okay. So that gives us our translation, that gives us our on add, this gives us this gives us this, and then you have a new, and then we go, okay, so we're gonna go to chunk, wherever the fuck chunk ended up. Now chunk is gonna require a chunk ID, not a chunk ID is gonna require a chunk, maybe. Well, technically you should require a chunk, but I don't want you to be able to put a chunk down without a chunk ID. So because you contain data means that chunk, which is a component, needs to be a require, not a transform. You require a chunk ID. Now the concerning thing with that is, yeah, no, it definitely needs to go the other way. The reason they do the other way is I don't want, if you add lots of chunks and don't give them an ID, them all to end up in the same place. Because they will overwrite 0, 0. So instead, a chunk ID will require a chunk. You're going to require a next chunk, which doesn't have a default. Yes, of course it's never default. You don't have a default either, I don't think. Okay, so we're gonna default chunk, which just does that, and then we're going to import default for that, which is has run false with a chunk and a chunk. And wait, what? Okay, fine. You get derive default. Yeah, okay. So yeah, never constructed. Yep. Okay. Error is never used. I don't care. So next chunk, which means we need to go to cell ID, no, chunk ID. You require a chunk to be attached to. Again, so the idea is that if we did the other way, if we said a chunk requires a chunk ID, then every time you add a chunk, it'll automatically push itself to 0, 0. Instead, you can add a chunk without giving it an ID and it'll just float. But if you add a chunk ID, it'll automatically spawn a chunk where it's located, which means that technically the correct way to spawn it would be to spawn the chunk and then update it, which means that like for world gen, that kind of thing, it automatically would fill it in as you moved away if you just spawn the IDs. Whereas if we were doing it the other way, then it's like that'll keep teleporting back to 0, 0 and fucking up the map, clobbering the value at 0, 0. Because that's the other thing we have to do is we need to make like a derive resource struct chunk map, which is just a like that, except this is we're going to import Bevy platform chunk ID. Probably a better way of doing that, but anyway. Except you're not of chunks, you're of entity, because yeah, it's about being able to quickly look up which entity something holds. Okay, so look up G, look up chunk. All right, so we need to go back to game. We need to go, hey, first thing you need to app.init resource chunk map. Thank you. We need to probably export that as something that we can use map. So we have cell ID and we have that's the wrong type of parentheses. We have a chunk ID. That's the wrong. It's not right. Is it not in map? It is. It's almost certainly in map. And chunk map. Why you don't export the void cell? The void cell is private. The other thing you're going to do is look up. So you not use cell ID. Where's chunk ID? Component immutable. I don't remember what the command is, my friend. See, if I type on, okay, so it's just because it knows it. Okay, simple component test. Type mutability. Nope. Oh, it's mutability equals it's Bevy ECS components immutable. I think it's just this, isn't it? Just immutable. Hey, there we go. Why make chunk ID immutable? Because then you can only add it or remove it. You can't modify it. So, I mean, technically, I think you should be on insert. Well, it's called on add, but it's on insert. I don't know what the difference between on add and on insert is. I'm pretty sure on insert means it'll run when you add, like if you modify the value, whereas on add is like only if the component only just became a thing. And then it's on replace self on remove. Because it's funny. How did it know the right type? Sure. That, why? Why would that be the thing that you would think that I'd want to do? The other thing we need to do, so we do this, and then we go, hey, we need to say world.get resource resmute chunk map dot insert this context. And then lovely. So again, is for people that are unclear, on add gets called, I think, as soon as the component is added. Then on insert's called immediately after. Then there's something like on change, maybe. I don't remember what the other hook is. There's an in-betweeny one, but I don't remember when it's fired. Then when you remove a component, on remove is called. Then on despawn or on delete. Well, no, on replace is called. Then on remove. And I don't remember if it's on despawn. So the idea is that like on insert is more broad than on add. I think on add doesn't get called if you override a component if the component was already present. Like if it was already a component that you're just giving a new value by inserting it again. On add won't get called. And same with on remove. Like if you insert onto it and it already exists, if you insert and override it, it's on replace gets called. And if you remove it, on replace gets called, then on remove gets called. So technically, like these are just broader than these. I called them that because that's what it's doing. And the idea is that like the map should stay in a valid state because as soon as you insert a new one, it'll overwrite the old one. I mean, we just derive default. Thank you. Insert. And then, so there is one slight possibility, and that's that I should actually probably do that. Is that it's possible that when you insert a value, because I think when you insert a new value, on remove is called, or on replace is called, then on insert's called, because that's how they overwrite. So it should never happen, but theoretically you could end up in a weird state, I think, if you inserted, then removed, then inserted again. Like it's possible that maybe if they happened in the wrong order, you could overwrite one that's already been overwritten. Like there's nothing stopping like two chunks with the same ID from existing. And if two chunks with the same ID do end up existing, it throws an error. So on insert, and so what's its return though? Insert returns an option if the value is already there. Okay, so you can return a bool which is sum. I mean, technically you should return the entity, so maybe just return an option entity. I think the other one I'm going to do that as well. You also going to return an option entity. The primary reason for returning an option entity is I do want to do like some validation checking in that when I say stick this in, we say if let sum e equals, because technically there's an error state, but I'm also in a warn. So warn chunk ID. Okay, let's go fix chunk ID to std display for chunk ID, and then it's not chunk ID, it's gonna say chunk. Thank you. Lovely. Don't get any of it. So say hey. So already exists in map, replacing entity with like this, and then we say context entity, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to say world dot commands dot despawn dot dot entity e dot despawn, right? And then same thing with users. If let sum e, technically this is the good case. Else, I don't think this one matters because I feel like this warn here, this warn is going to happen anytime that this happens. So when you insert 2 with the same ID, because here we despawn this, it's been removed from the map already, which means that technically this is the good case that so this is an expected case if you ever hit the other error. So that warning, those 2 warnings should always happen together. So instead, what we're going to do is if e does not equal context dot entity warn was removed from chunk map, but entity did not match, but the entity in map did not match the entity removed. Why are you complaining? This if statement. Okay. What? Wait, this is a thing you can do now? Okay. I'm actually curious if you can do this. Apparently not. You might be able to do that in a different context, but like that's cool. So since on add, does on remove, they all get called, they all do this, they all do that. Okay, so yeah, we're slowly chipping away. So we want to spawn, we want to create a chunk, and we want to spawn the chunk in the name is test chunk, and then the chunk ID is new 0 0 0 and spawn that in. Okay, so we can do some of the fancy logic. So the thing is, I want to go like for 0 for x in 0 dot dot get chunk size, for y in 0 y z in 0 dot 0 dot dot chunk size. I want to say chunk dot Yeah, set block. Yeah, it's block dirt. Totally block dirt. No. Import that, but it's not dirt. I want to set it to his ID is wrong type of block. That's my Voxel's block, not that kind of block. Block is crate Voxel's core cell type. We have to implement block for it so that we can render it as well. Except it's not dirt. Why do you keep thinking dirt? I want to say water, but then I feel like that would be dumb. So I'm going to say, I guess uranium, because it's going to be the only one that's actually going to change temperature on its own. And then, well, okay. No, this is at Y0. So Y0 should be something like copper, like a solid block that if we do add movement, we can walk on. And then chunk dot set block. Well, not air. So like 5 blocks up, we're going to set uranium, but in a checker pattern, if x plus z dot is even is power of 2. Okay, and then chunk dot set block x 10 no, it's 6. It needs to be touching the uranium, otherwise it will never get hot enough to melt when I do make it melt. Cell type water. The idea of this is we should be able to generate like a reasonable looking a chunk that reasonably tests everything, because it should have a layer of solid blocks, a layer of holy uranium so that there's actually spaces for the water to fall through, and then water which should start frozen because we start at 0 energy, and then as the uranium heats up it should melt the water and the water will fall through the hole, so we should be able to really easily see that. Okay, so we then spawn that chunk and then we hey, test chunk. Okay, this is the spawn test chunk. Okay. To initialize this resource, we also have to add system startup, which is the spawn test chunk. Let's go to test chunk. Like that. Okay. So then we have to make our logic happen, which is going to be fun, isn't it? Okay. Now, spawn test chunk, test chunk, test chunk. Okay. So at the moment, we're only getting one test chunk. Okay. So we need to fn run. I guess we're gonna call it full tick. The idea is when I did this in the game, I had the like run tick done in batches so that like in theory it could do multiple frames because it didn't run at full frame rate. I think that technically if the simulation ran at 10 FPS and the rest of the game ran at uncapped frame rate because it was easier. But yeah, the idea is that like if you split the ticks up into batches, then you can run the batches across multiple frames, and then you can also tweak the size of the batches so that each frame still runs at a nice frame rate. So we're gonna need next chunks, which is a query for new entity. No, next chunk. And then that's kind of it, isn't it? We do need the chunk ID, I think, because technically we need that like I said, let me say that chunk ID, something like that. We would need the that's wrong. No, go away. God, there's a stop changing shit on me. I kind of wish I had that auto formatting turned off, because my impulse is just to save every 10 seconds. So we're going to say we need map. Map is res chunk map. Right. So next. We need chunks, which is going to happen as a query. Query of chunk. Like that. Right. Something tells me I had void chunks for a reason, and I think it's because Bevy won't let you request only some, which is fun. So what I need to do is I need to populate the chunk. What's it called? What was it called? The chunk garden. I need to populate that with the neighboring chunks, and it's like, well, if you're on the edge of the map, so only like let's say you want to just a side, so only 5 of your 6 neighbors are loaded, then you can't use Bevy's many query because it just says no, because it doesn't let you request not a full chunk loadout. Anyway, what we need to do is do something along the lines of well, you need to be mutable so we can check you. Now what we need to do is go next chunk dot for each iter parida mini parida mute. Now you return some kind of weird ass par iter, returns a parallel iterator over the query results of the given world. The parallel iterator is always guaranteed to return results for each matching entity once and only once. Iteration order and thread assignment is not guaranteed. If the multi-threaded feature is disabled, iterating with this operates identical to iterator for each on a normal query. This can only be called mutable queries. Okay. Oh, right, because it's part of mute. For each. Now, for each init, run a function on each query result in parallel on a value returned by init. Okay, init may be called multiple times per thread, and the result and the value returned may be discarded between tasks on any given thread. Callers should avoid using this function as it were a parallel version of fold. Yeah, but I don't want to use it as fold. What I want to do is pass in initialized state. Create a borrow local. Okay, we'll get and create a thread local queue for each task thread. Okay, I think this is what I want, because I think I need to instantiate like my thing. Move. Maybe I don't think I need move because it's all going to be by reference. The idea is like I need to initialize my my garden, right? Because the new. Okay. So then I don't know how this function works. Right? What do you actually pass to this? The func fn needs to take in a mutable reference to t, okay, and the query item. Okay, so depressingly, I think that means that I can't do what I was thinking, which is to make the thing outside. So let's get it working without doing that first. So for each mute next and ID, like so. And then why does this not like this? Do you not take? No, you take in this. What is your problem then? You just don't seem to be able to work out what this is. That's probably because I haven't actually told it what that is. My guess is that next chunk, somewhere up here, chunk, we have chunk, we don't have next chunk, which is next chunk. Thank you. Next chunk is something that you need to know about. Thank you. Game. Now, I need you to bring in like all of core so that you stop telling me that you don't know what types are. Okay, cool. Now we have access to the next chunk. So next, we need to say somehow we need to instantiate something. So we have to let. Well, the trick with that one is I already know what your entity is, so I don't think I need to do a lookup. We can just literally be like, hey, please also bring the entity in. So it's going to be like root. Right. So we're going to say let okay core equals chunks dot get root else error chunk no, we say it's just no, put that back, but it's just not found doesn't have a chunk. Component. See, the issue is it's just worse than an error, and I don't think Bevy has a higher than error level. Like, because how did you get a next chunk and a chunk ID without getting a chunk? Like that's like a required components failed level of like not working. Okay, so now we have access to our core chunk, and then we say let. I want to say it's okay. Neighbors equals map.get neighbors ID. Yeah, so that seems like a neat way to do that one. Okay. Yeah, but you don't error. You just this should. Well, I guess technically this just you just always work because. Well, technically no. So we have to like let okay get map get neighbors else error not in no, again it's not really fallible because we don't care if you're not in the chunk map. So I'm just gonna go back to doing this. And what this is me going back and forth in my head about how I want to implement something, and I'm like, in reality, when you call get neighbors, like, I don't care if you're not in the map yourself. I've already validated that you exist, and neighbors isn't gonna look up whether you're even in the maps. How would it even know? And I don't care if you don't have any neighbors because that's still a valid state for you to be in. I feel like I should just be passing around by copy chunk ID, and this will then return an array of option entity that is exactly 6 entries long. Now, is this the best way to do it? Maybe not. My issue is that I may need to construct and deconstruct and reconstruct some things to do some stuff, but anyway, we need to say hey for you, and then we need to say hey ID dot dot neighbors. I don't know. Okay, and then we go hey. I need to go to chunk ID. Chunk ID. Did I make a neighbors iterator? I did make a neighbors iterator, which annoyingly returns a cell ID. Is there a way I can make you instead return something more generic? I could, but like, no. Damn. Okay. No, we use struct. Struct trunk neighbors. It contains type not option. std array into iter chunk ID. That is exactly 6 long. Because again, you'll always have 6 neighbors. Like that, like mathematically, any ID has 6 neighbors, but whether they exist is a different story. Well, you don't even need to do this. You can just like yes, except I think it's just .x, isn't it? Yeah. Can the AI maybe pick up that I'm doing this? No. Okay. Can we just select all of this, go Control F, go find any instance of .0 .0 and replace it with just dot, please? I don't think I told it to only do it where I was, but you'll be right. Didn't break anything? Cool. So the idea with this being that each chunk, okay, chunk neighbors. So then when we go to, this needs to be pub. Now when we go to chunk, we can say, not chunk map, chunk ID, and we go, hey, neighbors. That's not how that works, but okay. Neighbors returns a chunk neighbors iterator, and then we say chunk neighbors with self, and apparently knew it's private, so you know, who knew? We just make an array with self. Okay. I don't know what a polymorphic. I'm just going to assume that the standard library has like the best possible implementation. Not a good assumption to make, but you know. Okay, so mismatch type, expected array. Yep. But you found this. Okay, so then what we do is we go, hey, can we map? Yeah, dot map. Dot into. I mean. Type engine? No, it's the issue is that you're an into iter, which means that like no wait, I didn't do the maybe I'm not doing this right. Is there an int? Oh, iter is definitely a thing I can do. I'm gonna do that. You just do this. Can I import into iter? So I'm assuming into iter just is like a turn yourself into an iterated type, which it's like already is an iterated type. So can I dot map now? Maybe. Found okay, expected array found strap. Okay. So we're gonna say map, and so we need to map HID to its corresponding thing, which is going to be self dot chunks dot get ID chunk map. Okay, so mismatch type, expected array of options. What did you get? Expected array of option entry, like 6 long, found struct iter map closure expected because of the return type. Yes, but like, okay. My question is because like I know that if I just made an array, it would work. There's something about how you can I mean, I could just. That seems like a really annoying way of doing it, but how do I do this? Oh, I don't even know where I am. So into iter. So my assumption is if I do impl into iter, like so, for this, and then if I just get rid of this, you're no longer an iterator. You can be an iterator. Okay, cool. And your return type is this. Expected. Yeah, and then you just say self dot 0. Wait, what? Not for chunk neighbors. Wait, what? Conflicting implementation of trait into iter for chunk neighbors. Conflicting implementation impl SCI for I. Wait. Where I implements iterator. Right, so I don't think I can have you be an iterator because then I can't call into iterator and I kind of need you to just expected into iterator to be an iterator that yields. What? Have I just been implementing the wrong type? I think probably. Chunk neighbors. No. You just return neighbor ID? No, you just return chunk ID. Okay, and then when I go back to my map and I go, hey, like. Okay, expected. Right. Move. I think what's happening here is that I have to be like, when I call id.neighbors needs to just return an array of chunk ID that is 6, and then I just need to just do what I was doing. Not entirely sure. I mean, I'll keep the chunk neighbors. I'm just gonna turn it back into an iterator though. Yeah, cool. I'll keep this for later, but what's happening is I don't think the compiler can pick up on the fact that I'm passing it in an iterator, not an array, and then it's not liking that. So then we're gonna control F, we're gonna go, hey, only when I've got highlighted, anywhere you find ID replace with self, and be case sensitive, please. Cool. So that should return our 6 neighbors, and then when we come back down to here and we say, hey, so when I call neighbors, you get an array, and then I don't have to call into iter, which means that because I have a constant size type, it can now map the type to the type, and then we get neighbors and we say, hey, it's this will return a vector of optional entities, and we pop back up here and we say, hey, get neighbors, and then this returns as an array of optional entities, and then this is where I don't think it'll work. So we can say let neighbors. Like, it'll work, but we have to modify how we go about this. Like, in that we need to like somehow know how many options we have. So neighbors equals let me say like chunks dot get. Wait, maybe we can just. Maybe we can just call get multiple times because it's only a iterator. So the thing with this is if you pass in an array of entities, you get out a result that contains the array and an error, which means that like if you're missing a single entity, it won't work. And I'm pretty sure this also needs to be an array of entities, not an array of option entities. Get many Is there a get many? What are many? We get many inner, which shakes in entity n and results in the query for an item array of entities. This consumes the query and returns the results of the actual inner node. So that's unique. What? Unique entity equivalent array. Okay, result. No. So there's no way to get this, but also, can I not just like dot is that map? E? That feels like really nested. There's a way to is it like map dot try map? No. This is all the maps, which is not right. Try map, find map, filter map, maybe? No. Par chunk map, par split, as mute range map. So I'm sure there's one that's like then and map. The issue is I can't do anything to it that would so can we say e question mark? Okay, can we say chunks dot get e question mark? This gives us a sequence of results to a chunk dot. Okay, and now we have an optional array of chunks. Don't collect it into a vector. Bad AI. Let garden equal new. And then we say we do something we call like crate voxels core. No, it's not core. To run tick. So you're public, but we're just not exposed to core. Okay. So well, let's go put that in core then as well. Let's just tick everything in core then. Run tick. Core run tick. Right. So that is something we need to actually keep track of in the game, which is the tick that we're on. So pub struct. It's not even public. Put it after that. It's just a struct tick, which is just going to be a youth size. And this needs to be a derived resource, like so. So we have a resource that is our tick, and then we can pass in this, so we can say, hey, we need a tick, which is res tick. You need to be a deref. Deref. Actually, no deref mute. You just deref. You can't be changed. Tick. Thank you. So we run the tick. We pass in the tick. Well, we're supposed to pass in the chunk iterator. The tick goes last. Okay. Tick goes last. So we need to pass in the chunk, right? And the chunk is a chunk iter new next something like that, but we have to go actually track down where we put chunk iterator. So let's pub use super iters chunk iter. I think it was a chunk iter. Yeah, current and then in a mute. Did I not implement new? Okay. Impl. Wait, maybe it's because we call we don't do that. We say next dot iter and then we need to go back to the chunk and then we go, hey, you need to actually implement this function, which is iter mute, which takes self, and then that calls self, and then calls chunk, which then gives us a implement iterator. So no, you need to specifically be a chunk iterator so that I don't accidentally fuck this up. Chunk iterator. So you don't specifically return a chunk iterator, which is exactly why I was like, hey, I can't just call that because I don't know if it'll be the right type. What goddamn type is it? Yeah, so you just call, okay, so then you need to be a chunk getter. New. So we need to go implement impl chunk iter new. Why are you starting at -1? You start at 0, you fucking lunatic of a goddamn program. So we need to give it a lifetime of A. We need to say that you love A, and then you're also A. Okay, so it needs to be public so that things can call it, and then we go, hey, you, and then you iterate through each of those, and then so you need to return the right type, which is a chunk iterator. I feel like I should just call you iter chunk. Okay, and then we go, hey, iterator, and then we go, hey, and then we game, and we, hey, we pass you in, and we go, hey, why is it, what's the red line coming from? Oh, new is private apparently. Okay, we need to validate at some point, which we're not doing, but you know, let's continue working on actually getting the game to do something. So run tick. All right, so this runs, and then we need to have a different function, which is fn update world, which happens here. We say here, we go. Wait, what? No. So this needs access to so mute next mute chunks, which is a query of chunks. Actually, they're the same chunks, so otherwise I need to look them up, but I don't because they're the same. Both should be on the same entity. And then we also want mute tick, which is a res mute tick. And then we're going to come down here and we'll say sure. Don't borrow. Interesting. Except we shouldn't be doing this. We should be calling borrow on it. So next par iter for each next in chunk, next borrow validate chunk to validate. No, it's next dot swap. Now swap can return an error, I believe. So if error failed to swap chunk, and then you're passing in something E. So we probably want their ID just for the sake of having like some kind of way of knowing exactly what chunk didn't work. Part of it's just because I refuse to like actually learn the shortcuts for Copilot. So like what drives me spare is that it decides that it wants me to like, it thinks it knows when I want to autocomplete, and so will autocomplete shit that like then I have to undo, and then it like throws your mouse all over the place and it's hard to follow. But like sometimes it's really helpful. Like sometimes you'll be writing something and you're like, I have a vague idea, and then it goes, it autocompletes and you're like, that's exactly what I want. The issue is that it's too aggressive as to, if I'm just typing and I pause for a second, it'll suggest something, and then I continue typing and it fills it in, and it's like, oh fuck, I hit the wrong key. Like it, yeah, it's the same as like my auto format gets me just as much because I control S every time I make like a change. I'm just control S'ing all the time, and it's like the auto format will sometimes just move shit away from where I was because I control S. That's to say, it's not entirely Copilot's fault, but it is annoying sometimes. if let error so failed to swap chunk, which is ID. Okay. Okay, so this is update. No, it's not update one, it's update chunks. Now, so we spawn a test chunk, we run our full tick, run our update. Right. So next we need to make sure we insert resource fixed from the time fixed Bevy prelude fixed from hertz. I want to say 16 hertz seems like a good number because that's multiple power of 2, which will mean that like I can run certain simulations on odd and even ticks and stuff like that and have a nice way of doing it. Anyway, so hertz frequency something like this. So tick. Right. Update chunk needs to, when we get to the end here, say tick.inc like that, and then we go to tick and we go impl tick.inc just increments itself by 1. So we spawn the test run. So we now need to add the actual stuff. So we're going to say add underscore system fixed update. Then we go something like this, and we say run full tick, then this, then update chunk dot chain. We chain them so they run one after another. Otherwise, we'll get a whole bunch of errors about it not having updated them before it runs them. Actually, it wouldn't. No, it would, because if it ran 2 of these in a row between frames, it would cause issues. Like it would complain. It wouldn't actually do anything because it just wouldn't change anything. Well, we can run it and see if it crashes, but again, it's not going to render anything because I haven't actually built anything to render. That's the main issue with that. Oh, it's picking up some errors. You don't like this because something about this query hard mute query chunk tick. Wait, what? You've overwritten my query, haven't you? Why do you do this? That's not even Copilot. That's that's Visual Studio, like going, hey, I don't recognize this keyword and trying to pull it in. It's like, but it exists. I don't know why it forgets that it fucking exists, and now it's gonna not register that I've removed it. So now it just doesn't. What are you complaining about? Just saying something specifically. Struct has 0 generic arguments, but 1 generic argument was supplied. Yeah. Okay, I think it's just not running because like 1 generic argument was not supplied. It still seems to think that it exists. Nope, it's because I dereferenced tick. Do I have to dereference it twice? Okay, and then the garden failed to replace uses undeclared type. Okay, right, which means we need to go back to here and go, hey, so from our map, we need a chunk garden, please, so that we can resolve that type. And then get neighbors takes in a chunk ID, which you're a reference, not an actual one. Okay. New is private. Okay. Make that public. So I think the idea would be that you could just give it an ID or an entity or something, and it would like pull the rest out. But it's a little bit off for now. Okay. And then chunk doesn't have a set block. Okay. So set block. X I think it's a U Y U32 Z U32 like so, and then what are you doing? What are you doing? I think we're just passing in a cell type, so you're a cell type, thank you. And then we just say, hey, let index equal cell ID new. Okay, so let's make them I32s if we're gonna. There's no point casting them between types if we're just gonna immediately cast them between types. Yes, fix that. See, that's where the Copilot's actually fun, is because it picked up on the repetitiveness and just like undid it. All right, and then no, don't sell new. We want to say get the cell. Do you return the cell dot set block type. So the idea of this being that we want to keep the temperature when we override the block. So then we have to go to cell. And we need to go, hey cell, set block type, which takes immutable self and cell, and then self.validate equals what? Oh no, this is no, bad. But that is why we have to do it this way. We can't just override it. Is that set block type, which takes immutable self and cell type, and then says self dot block type equals no self dot cell type equals cell type, and then self dot temperature equals cell type. Okay, maybe we should just repeat. That seems like a much smarter way of doing it, is just to say that energy. We can make it better later if we don't need it. Is self dot energy, and then self dot difference self equals cell new cell type self dot energy, and then self dot validate, like that. So always return a validated state. Unique passes in a tick, but we never use it. Okay, cool. So then that block should now work, except it's going to complain about the no to this method are incorrect. Yeah, it's supposed to be item size. Yeah. Okay, then that should pass that in, and it is multiple of 2. Apparently isn't available. Wait, what? If right hand side is positive, calculates the smallest value greater than or equal to self. That is a multiple of right hand side. If it's a negative, calculate the largest value less than or equal to what? Okay, fuck you. Module. As you 32. I'm just gonna do this because I like the look of it. It says it's better in terms of is multiple. Good. So apparently this is better because it won't panic on 0. That like if this is 0, but it never will be because I'm hard coding it. But it's why not use what they give you? Okay, spawn test chunk. What is the time? 30. Okay. So we did this. We had to go game plugin. We have to actually initialize the game plugin. So we go here. We go, hey, can we add plugins? Game plugin. Like so. So run. Does this actually compile now? I mean, it's gonna probably yell at me about something. But the idea is if it doesn't crash, if it doesn't start spewing shit into the console, then it would be working, and then we can just work on implementing Voxel to make it render. Oh, no, it panicked. Okay, so it has overflowed its stack. Okay. This is what I was talking about right at the beginning, is that there's too much data in a single chunk that when it tries to construct it, it just immediately overflows the stack. But where am I actually using it? On the like I call new, right? It's got to be because I'm keeping a hold of it somewhere. Where do I do it? Is game? I think this is done on the stack. Which, annoyingly, I don't want to make a vec because a vec is variable in length, but I feel like a vec is the only way. What is another option? Box? Maybe? I think a box works because box is, again, like, you can mutate behind a box. It just can't be on the stack. But I want the speed of it being an array. What have I got wrong here? Interesting. Not iterated. Self. Do I have to dereference self? Interesting. Okay. I mean, surely I can say self.cells.iter. Mute. Okay. Run this and let's hope we don't ever run the stack again because we've moved it underneath. Still overrunning stack. Wait, what? Voxel validate. Maybe I've got an infinite loop. That could also be what's causing it because that looks like an awful lot of calling the same shit. Set block, spawn. Okay, spawn test chunk. Set block, validate. Validate. It calls T. Which call once, calculate temperature, specific heat. Okay, panic candle, panic display, panic cold display. Fixed something. No? Okay. Well, that's the thing is, I was thinking that because there's lots of like calls to the same thing, but it's little like you would expect that this stack. But this would just be like lots of gibberish, but it's like it's the panic candle. Where did it panic? Panic display, panic cold start. So it panicked here, whatever this is, which is at creates macro from 2. So maybe it's panicking because I've got no, because that doesn't make sense either. Lit. Trying to think. Why would that be crashing? That's where it panicked, and it says it panicked because it overran the stack. Right? That's what it said. From exit code 101. I'm sure it said it overran the stack. Maybe it's a different crash because I'm almost certain that other one said it overran the stack like really obviously, but then this one doesn't really obviously say it overran the stack. So maybe I'm just like crashed once and then crashed a different reason. So what are you doing here? Something in specific heat. Something then calls lit. You're the what's actually crashing. So what we need to do is search everywhere that says lit. In our crate. So it could be here, this being a const. I suspect the most likely place that this is causing issues is here because we're calling math inside the literal and it might just be recursive forever. Like it may just, why can I not, there we go. So maybe we should just actually do the math. 5 times 8.96. So 314. So let's cut that, put that there. Get rid of you. Was it 3.14? That's it? No, 344. 344. Cut you. Paste you. Just gonna put the comments. Okay, come on. Got it. Okay. So well, you're just times by 1. So then you're times by 19. So 0.12 times 19 gives us 2.22. 2.28. And then that's 0.2 times 1. 3, 0.26, 0.26. Okay, so let's try that. Maybe don't do math inside fixed literal. I would think that would crash the compiler, but maybe, I don't know. Because that's where it's crashing. It could be dividing by 0 or something like that. It did appear to have ran more than one frame that time. So panicked at index out of bounds. Hey, so you called set block index out of bounds. How did you get 65,000? Question. So set block, you're the only place that calls set block. Out of the entire thing, you're the only one that calls set block. So how the hell did you get a number that was out of bounds? My assumption is because I'm an idiot and I'm shimmying shit around, which is incorrect. Damn it. Yeah, this is probably to do with the fact that I called index and said no, and this shimmies it around. Yeah, okay, great. We shifted the wrong number. Yeah, okay, no, so you need to be shifted. See, I need to keep that, don't I? Okay, shifted 5 and 10, which is the correct amount, so now we should stop going out of bounds. But that does mean that we lose the ability to represent negative numbers, so I need to like store them in a different part. So maybe the top half. Somewhere. Neighbors. Chunk. That's chunk. I don't care about chunk. I'm trying to work out cell. Input cell. Index. So you do. Okay. So we're going to tweak the mask. So the mask is going to be the bottom 5 bits. Right. Bottom 5 bits. And then instead, so you're going to be the annoyingly, I don't know if that's going to work. So grab you, and then you shift down 10, you shift down 5. I don't know how to represent negatives now. So that's the annoying part. So what I need to do is somehow store inside this number the top. We need to represent like technically only 6 states because you can only. So what if we said const maybe plus what is that? There's it's 2 times 2 times 2, isn't it? It's 8 possible states. So 8 states represented by 3 bits. So think what outside, I don't know, u size which is equal to so I just need, I want to say 7 shifted 10. Oh, that could work. It's more like I need to say u32 or u size max shifted 3 and then inverted, right? I assume that's correct. So I assume E is the top 3 bit set, right? So then we come down here and we say so this takes out the data, and then we're going to say match we'll just shift it down. Yeah, self.0 shifted 29 places, and then there's only oh. Unreachable. So this should do nothing for one thing. Yeah, the exclamation point, because you use it everywhere. Like it's like not, like if I say not equal, it's not equal. Like it, I think that's the weird thing about it, is that like it's not just that it inverts, it means not. But I think the tilde is specifically invert. If that makes sense. Like tilde is like the mathematical thing, flip all the bits. I don't know if it actually does anything in Rust. Like I don't think it's assigned. Maybe. X equal 1. What's tilde 1 do? Is it gonna, no? I think it's invalid syntax. Yeah, it's not an operator. But it does tell me. Huh. But yeah, so like from what I remember, the tilde is like flip, whereas the exclamation point is like literally just means not. Like in any situation, the implementation of the exclamation point is the not, as in opposite. So it's like not equal, as opposed to flip the value of true. All right, it's like, I'm trying to explain it though. So like let x equal not true, right? Not true is obviously false, but not true would equal it equals u32. Well, it's actually u size max minus 1. Right, like that is the thing, because you're flipping all the bits. Whereas so in like in a bad programming language like C, true is anything that's not 0 is true. And in most cases they define true as 1, which means that if you flipped all the bits of true, it doesn't equal 0, which means it's not false. So instead, not means that like it's not true, which is it is 0, or it is not false, is it, you know. So like technically there's a semantic difference, and Rust doesn't like have the unary operator, like the tilde operator anyway, but it's like it's not just that like it's the equivalent, they are actually slightly different from what I understand, from what I remember of that kind of thing. Anyway, we could say, so it's not that, it's your plant chunk size deck times chunk size times chunk size. I think that's how. And then your minus chunk size deck. And then x is chunk size deck. Chunk size deck. Chunk size deck times chunk size, and chunk size deck times chunk size. Right. So interestingly, I thought Salady was a U size. So how the hell did it turn back into a? Oh, because you're. No, they like tacked fucking casts at the end of everything. Here is where you cast it back. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it should be up there. I don't know if this is the best approach. Do we fill all of them? We don't have a 3 ons. What would 3 ons even mean? Huh. Anyway, 6 neighbors. We have a 0 state and a 3 on state. That makes actually probably get rid of this because that seems like a bad idea to have an unreachable. We can just add more. 0 B111, and then we can say that if we need to somehow mark something else in terms of like the bit marking. So the idea is the top 3 bits indicate which of these it is. Index to garden. Annoyingly, okay, to XYZ spits out those numbers. Wait a second. No, wait. Yeah, we should just be adding 1. Why am I doing all this fancy stuff? So you increment 1, you decrement 1, because then I literally just I say x divided by chunk size. No, that still seems wrong. So you would be, I guess, chunk size, wouldn't you? Maybe? I'm not really sure. Now I'm really getting confused because they're saying self and then you need to decrement 1. So what I'm saying is if I set this bit, I'm saying that your y value is +1. No, yeah, so we should just be able to add 1, subtract 1, because then it messes with the index, right? So we're basically saying is if your y is chunk size, yeah. So if your x is chunk size, then I want to decrement you by back down to -1. I think that should work. I actually have no idea. Annoyingly, I have no idea how I'd even test it. But anyway, that should be everywhere. We should probably look for anything that's like shift left 7. Right, well, just anywhere that I shift left. Let's say, like, look through here and go 5, 10, 5, 10, 5, 5. Why is this one different? Is it being found? No. I don't know why it only highlights one of them. Okay, anyway. We're shifting. That's not me. What about the other way? Do we ever shift back the wrong number? So we shift 10, 5, 29. No, that's not me again. So yep, shift 3, shift 5, 7. Okay. We're ending with 31. We should probably be ending with mask, but anyway. Wait a second. Neighbor editor. Okay, that seems fine because I think it's when we call new here, we need to say, hey, if you're interesting. So if x is less than 0, else if y is less than 0. All right, so we need to be like let new val equals 0. Okay, we need to say x and then say y, and then else if z is less than 0. I feel like I need to make this like less valuable because at the moment you can very easily is greater than chunk size. It's greater than or equal to chunk size. Okay, so here's the thing. Apparently, we just need to return value. Because my thinking was this, that, and the other. We need an I. Just make it greater than chunk size. Yeah, right. So as I32. So what? This is where the important thing happens. So cell ID. What I need to do is actually represent this as like, to represent all the information, we probably want to take, instead of taking shifted 3, we want to shift, I don't think we need this mark. We need to shift 6, right? Because then we have a 2 bits for each. Yeah. Technically more bits than we need because we only need like 1.5 bits, but you know, can't really exactly represent a half state. So then we shift you 24, okay. 32 minus 6, 26. So we shift you 26, and then we go, okay, so if they're all zeros, do nothing. But I mean, technically, yeah, flags. Maybe that would be a smarter thing to do. Is okay, implement it myself. Let flags equal. Yeah, so shift it like this, and then we go, hey, if flags ampersand, who will make you mutable? Ampersand 1 equals 1. X plus equals 1. You say flags shift equals 1. Yes. Come on. If flags equals 1, x plus the other one, which means we can turn you back into an I32 now up here, so that we can actually like have negative numbers represented. So there you go. Why have you suddenly decided that Z is the next number? Okay, so this seems like a really bad way of doing this, but alright, then we go here and we say, hey, these need to not be else statements because we actually need to be able to hit multiple of them to represent all the possible values. This is horrible. Technically, it can't be both, but so we just need to put you up at the right spot. And then we need you. I need you. I don't know what this else is referring to. Okay, right. So we get rid of you entirely, I think. Something I left open. You. Okay. So if x is less than 0, which is that we need to subtract 1. Yeah, which is very confusingly the 4th bit, maybe. Alright. Now, this is melting my brain, and I'm just going to use bit flags like this. Then we go up here and we go, hey, any chance that we can say use bit flags, bit flags, bit flags. This, how do you work? Struct flags, like that. Right, and then we say except you're a cell ID. Okay, and then we just say, hey, you away, but yeah, put this back down here. W, like so. Right. Except you're a U32. Maybe a U size. Right. So, const negative neg x equals 1 shifted. So I need 15 to hold my data, so shift 15. Sure. Then negative y, 16, negative 17, positive x, positive y, positive z. Okay. Why are you not liking this? Because something about conflicting implementations of debug. Right. Cool. Goodbye. Conflicting implementations of clone. Okay. Conflicting implementations of copy. A par equal apparently as well. That could be could be a problem. Probably not though. Hopefully. Equal. Are you going to tell me that you conflict on hash as well? All right. Just get rid of all the derives. Stop. Go away. Okay. So then next we go, hey, can we say that val equals a cell ID (0). Okay. So if x is less than this, we say so value dot 0 is negative, otherwise it's positive, right? We do the same thing here. We say val is y, and then here, right? We also need to I need to make these mutable so I can mutate, like I can modify the value that I'm sticking in to the bottom bits. Something like that. And then we say, hey, so if you're less than 0, we add x x plus equals chunk size. I think that's how that works. All right, because if we're in the negative, we add for negative 1. We're gonna add, yeah, add 32. Why are you calling 0 on it 1? That's not how that works. Right. So then same thing with this, we say negative 0, positive 0. So we say, hey, and then you minus equal this. And then you plus equal, minus equal, plus equal, minus equal. Technically, you could lose some information. Dot 0 or equaled with this, and then we just return value. Okay, so maybe add an extra or there. Empty. I think it just gets treated as a integer. Well, as a yeah, that's right, what integer. So in theory, I actually don't have any idea if this is gonna work. So we can say like val. No, it's cell ID from bit unchecked Is this unsafe? Damn it. No. So maybe unsafe. No, it's not the cell ID from index, it's cell ID from bit unchecked. And then what you're supposed to be like a no, you're a user. Cannot call non-const operation in const function. Okay, well you're no longer const then. That's that fixed. By index, okay, so pretty sure that's just all you do. We need to wrap it unsafe as well. Now I'm supposed to write a little safety thing and be like, but like, I don't care. I want to get this done. Is the actual answer, but yeah, unchecked. Let me say this, and this is just self.bits. Self.bits. It's much easier to get it out than to put it in, and that's why I'm like, I don't care about using unsafe there because it's never going to cause an issue. Is that like any integer is technically valid? So we just need to go, hey, if self.contains cell ID negative x, then x minus equals by chunk size, positive x bad chunk size, and I mean, I think that works. What are you returning? A U size. So you would then need to replace each of these with the word bits. But that's not how you do it. Like this, like this. Let's just remove all the rest of those. Go. Select all of this. Control F. Find in where I'm selecting anywhere it says self and replace it with self.bits. Okay, we'll have to fix the argument, but that's fine. 2xyz. Oh, okay, we don't call self bits, not 2xyz. Self bits 2xyz. Right, so we have xyz, we this and that. And then we go run. I kind of feel like I don't want to run at the moment. Something else has gone horribly wrong. So apparently it was bits. Interestingly, it could still possibly crash because we can still pass in negative numbers, which is fun. Something else is complaining now. Right. So bits. Right. Something else is complaining, which is fun, but in theory, as long as I don't pass in a number that's wrong. So I guess technically set block should be the one that has the asserts, since it's actually valid to make one that's not within. So when we say set block type, nope, that's the wrong one, chunk. Well, we got somewhere and then it crashed. Okay, so we're just going to go to chunk. We're going to say, hey, when you get by index, no, when you set block, we need to debug assert that is greater than or equal to sure. Thank you. I don't know why it yells at me about that. Anyway, wait, really? That surely is slower than fucking checking the upper and lower bounds. But I do like that it's asking. That can't. Okay. It's probably optimized. I'm just gonna leave it alone. Alright, why did it crash this time? Why did it crash? It's on a very long backtrace, thank you. So run full tick. Resource does not exist. Ah yes, that would help. Wouldn't it? Game. We say, hey, can you please init resource tick. Okay. You need default. No, not default. Default. Okay, and then I want to go. Hey, got any grapes? I'm gonna use the bit flags for the tick as well, and you can do like a really cheeky thing where basically like as different bits get set, you run different types of logic, so you can make it run like every other frame kind of thing. It didn't like that. Not validated before tick 0. So run tick. So I think it. Did you say so? First off, it's not next.iter. It's next dot. I guess that makes sense. We should probably borrow. Right, and then we go to your borrow, and you go, hey, interesting. If let match next dot borrow. No, run tick with chunk. Yeah, except this chunk's not going to return next chunk anymore. It's going to return next chunk. And then here we say error failed to validate chunk next chunk. Right. No, failed to borrow next chunk. All right. So you're the wrong type, but that's because we're going to redo borrow. Borrow is going to return a result to a chunk iter. I think if I don't give it a lifetime, it assumes a lifetime of itself. That should work. Hidden lifetime. Huh? Huh? Borrow for A? You must live A? And you must also live A. Okay. Okay. Yep, cool. So that works. Then we go back to here and we're, hey, can we run you? And be like, hey, I actually don't know if you did what I thought. No, we don't do this. So borrow self.run, self.hasRun equals true. Self, gonna just crash again. Self.validate. It's also, it's crashing not because of this, but overflow the stack. It's back. Whatever it was, it's back. Back again. Yeah, self.chunk.validate and then return the chunk iterator. I don't think it'll matter because again I can't imagine it running the stack is relevant, but what could be overrunning the stack? I guess when I look at what function is running, it's probably like calling a loop or something. Infinitely recursive on itself. Interesting, because you should have never been able to call cell was not validated before tick 0. Oh, well, yeah, actually, obvious. No, because we borrowed it. Oh. Yes, of course. When we call cell, we don't validate the data. So when I call cell empty, you call cell new air. You call new air as well. Where's new? New here. So we have to say let new self out equal this to the end and go hey out dot validate and then out. Okay. Can't be called a non-const. Damn you! What? Yeah, no. Okay, so this requires actual logic. So the question with that would then be, can I have you in like a valid state, please? Not really. Well, I can, because I can just say new and then start. Well, fixed. Well, I could give you fixed to 0, but that seems wrong. Let's just give everything 100 energy. Okay, now we have to tweak that, and we have to say that yeah, your energy is actually 100. Void can still keep 0 energy, but that's because void is void. So energy 100, not S. Okay. So then we go here, and we go, hey, your new function, it takes in a validate and energy, which is fixed, and then you see this, and you this, and you hey, this value is validate. I can't call this. Fuck you. Initial. Okay, no, just I'm making everything so much worse for no reason other than because I don't want to call init on everything. So you know what you do is, well, first off, just don't call init on you. Just you back to doing what you were doing. You were perfect. It was me that was the problem. So we go to not you. I don't know what you're doing. Returning for some reason. We need to go to. I want to say it's chunk. So we validate the next chunk. Well, that's dumb. Don't validate next chunk. I mean, do return the chunk iterator, but don't validate the next chunk, because validating the next chunk is a waste of time because it's immediately overwritten by the previous chunk. It's more that each cell is validated. So yeah, it's literally I just need to make sure that chunks enter in a valid state. So you, which is then component on add equals funny, but no. Be cool if you could do that. Self on add, like that, and then we go to self and we say on add. Oh, don't make this public. That's not a public function. On add, and then it's what? I don't think it's mute. Maybe it's mute world. Deferred world, and context. That's not how this works. This let mute. Well, I guess we can just call world dot get mute context dot entity expect this is the chunk on add Okay, so we go here, we just need to say that we explicitly need a chunk. So when you add a chunk, just validate the chunk. Hook context? Did I not? I didn't import it there. Right. So then, hey, when we add that component, the first thing it does is validate them, which is gonna make adding chunks a little bit slower, but that shouldn't really matter. Also, why is it overflowing the stack though? I just remembered I only have one chunk, so the fact that it's spewing that out thousands of times implies that it's looping indefinitely. I know, because it's spewing that out for every single cell, which is kind of funny. But also, how did you manage to get past validating? Can we just first off chunk validate? Can I get you to print it's possible that it's possible that its temperature is just infinity. Panic. Chunk added. I need to know, are you getting here? Because every single cell is saying, hey, I wasn't validated. That's why it's spewing out thousands of lines. It's going, there's not thousands of chunks. It must be running more than once. It's not. It's just in the same chunk. Okay, so it definitely ran validate, and it didn't spew out in the console a bunch of like, hey, I'm not validated. So we're getting past here. It's just when we call validate, we just apparently are getting invalid values. So when we call validate, we say set as for cell in cell. We say cell.validate, and we say, hey, and it says self.temperature validate. Now my suspicion is that your temperature is getting set to 0 because you're something divided by 0. Right, so when I say temperature dot validate, can we also say like if self dot value dot is 0, self dot value equals void cell void dot temperature dot get unchecked. Cool. So what that translates to is I really shouldn't give them 0 temperature. They should never be able to reach 0 degrees, so hey, I mean the stack overflowed much faster this time. So it's not spewing out in the console constantly. Again, I feel like this is just bad. I think the much smarter thing to do is go, hey, when we make a new cell, can we just like, when I say new, can I say like let start energy equals cell type dot specific heat times by cell const cell void dot temperature dot get unchecked. Is that gonna work? Can't call non-const. What's non-const here? You're const. You're not. Okay, well, you can be. Const. Or you can't be. So my assumption is that maybe you can't call add multiply. Can't call non-const operator, but not const. But what's not const? Call is constant function, also limits to constant function tuple struct int. First off, apparently that's spelled like really badly. Anyway. What is your problem? So it's dot mul mulat mulak. There's a constant there. Multiply and accumulate. Adds a times b to self. Sure. Dot uncheck mul. Unsafe. One of these. Multiply and add returns. Oh, that's not even. One of these was constant. Wait, why'd the constant ones go away? What? What happened to my constant ones? Where'd they go? Am I going mad? Some of these were definitely constants. What even are you? You're a fixed, so... Well... Can I say like fixed? Create mulp. Wrapping multiply? I swear some of these were constants. Maybe they've just disappeared in terms of the... unchecked multiply. You're not a constant... checked multiply. I don't want to check multiply. This is unchecked multiply. Unchecked. Wait, what? Mul. Wrapping mul. You also don't work. You guys apparently like don't know the type, maybe? You're a trait, but I didn't import the trait. No wonder I lost all the fucking abilities. That would be what happened to all the consts. So wrapping mul's constant, but what about just mul? Let's just add mul add. Const. Self mul add. No, we don't want that. Wrapping mul. Okay. I'll never understand. And then we put starting energy. Alright, so now they should all start with exactly enough energy to be at 0, like to be at temperature of space, which is, to be honest, a bit of a hack to be able to get that to work, but you know, should be right, should be right. God, let's definitely ship. Okay, why did it crash this time? Has overflowed its stack. Now, my question to this is, why? Because, no, each one should have. So when the chunk is added, we validate. And then when we run the tick, we validate as well, right? Maybe not. Maybe that's my problem. Maybe I should be having like a system that runs it once per, like before we do the tick and then validates all the chunks and then we don't run this fucking issue all the time. It's still overrunning its stack, but that could be because it's printing so much shit to the console. I can't imagine it would, but possibly. The other option is that it's stuck in an infinite loop. That's also just as likely because I've got a lot of my own increment inks here. Here's the thing, we got to 32 and then it overflowed its stack, so it's probably when the Y goes to 1. Yeah, that seems likely. Anyway, when would Y go to 1 though? Anyway, what are we doing in terms of validating? We never call validate anywhere here, so that's probably the problem, is that we've touched the energy and we never validate it again. I want to validate it before we swap would be the best time. So that would be chunk, and then we say next chunk, and then we hey swap. If has run, and then self has run false, self dot chunk dot validate, and then swap them, and then okay. So the fact that it's getting to invalidated memory implies that it must have run at least one loop. So maybe it is just that it's printing so much shit to the console that it overruns the stack before it's done. Can't see that being the case, but like, I'm definitely validating the chunks before. Nope, it is getting there faster, but why? Well, we didn't even get past the first tick. That's a good sign too. So, that is the question. Is no cell da 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 da. So you're saying what prints this? When is this printed? This is in map. So cell 31031 temperature was not validated before tick 0. So we're still in the very first run. Question, why? Question, are you actually running validate? I mean, it has to be, like, right? Like, we tested this. We went, hey, in here. Panic. Right, only one chunk needs to run this, because there's only one chunk that exists. Now, my only thought is that it's somehow getting here without running it. The other issue is that it could be swapping, but it can't swap before it runs at least the first time. And then as soon as it runs the first time, we increment the fucking tick count, which means that the tick won't be 0, and we pass tick in, right? Yeah, tick. Right, so we're definitely hitting validate. Right, 100% we called validate on at least one chunk. Can we say let I equals 0, I plus 1, assert I equals chunk volume. Okay, this will tell us if it's validating everything. Does validate return whether it worked? No. Okay, maybe I should be doing that. My only thing I can think is that it's still ending up with 0 somewhere. Right, we got through. Right. Which implies that it is actually getting here. So in here, temperature. Okay. So first off, if self dot value dot is 0, can you also panic and put self into the fucking thing? I want to know. Apparently you don't have debug, so. Don't even put display. That's fine. Okay. Now here's the question. Are you somehow leaving them at 0? And if you are, what the hell is your energy to begin with? Probably that the values are just too small. That could also be a problem. Maybe I just need to multiply the latent heat by like 100 so that it doesn't get to 0. So it panicked, which means that it is in fact just getting 0. You did panic. You got to here, you said something. Value 0. Now, maybe I should print some more information. So, cell, we're here. Validate. So, panic 0, we say for energy. And we say, please put the fucking energy in. That's kind of it. There's the only two values that can really matter. Is what your value is. The word energy there. It annoys me that no end that does that. It's just like, hey, you can inline this shit. I don't want to fucking inline at all. Go away. Because again, I borrowed someone else's settings and it's just annoyed me ever since. That's because that's not you put that. It goes here. And it doesn't get a comma. Okay, there. let's try running this and going, hey, are you gonna tell me what the energy was? I do like the full stack comes in, it's so long. Okay, so okay, so the energy was 0.116. So no wonder it came to 0, but I don't get that one, because shouldn't you have multiplied 2.5 by something, right? By something to get that kind of energy? Cells, and then we go, hey, like, oh, fucking air is tiny. That's so let's multiply everything by a factor of 100. Air. You get a decimal point there, and then like that. Everything now 100 times higher energy. So hopefully it doesn't just get to 0 immediately. It's probably that was the problem, is that the air is just so small that I should have thought about that. Air is on the boundary of my value, so it's just literally we multiply by 2.5 and we get a value that's so small that when we divide by that value we just get 0. Nope, still crashing. But we should have like an actual energy level now. So we have an energy of 2.7. Now, how are we doing fixed? So for some fucking reason, your temperature, specific heat, that's another thing we could probably ask it. What the hell are you doing? So we're calling validate, and we're going, hey, I don't think anything should be void. I don't know how anything would be void. So what we're saying is proceed, okay. So value 0, validate, FF. Okay, so your energy level was 2.17, so you've got to be air, because that's the only thing that would have given you that energy level. But why? So when we call validate, we say, hey, if value is 0, got in here, we say self.validate with energy. Okay, and then the self.validate, where did self.validate come from? It's air, and then air calculate temperature. Right. And we calculate temperature air, which is energy divided by specific heat. Now, my question, why? Okay, so let's try and catch some potentially like weird edge cases, which is to go find cell and go, hey, and we'll go, hey, when I call validate on you, I'm gonna say, hey, if self dot cell type equals cell type void panic cannot validate void cells. Then we say, hey, if self, right, we call self dot this. We do that. So what I need to do is first off stop the temperature validation from panicking, so that I can actually get back to here. But I do want to know what your energy value is. Can I say if self dot value dot is 0, I need you to error invalid temperature calculation, but I want to know what this is. Can't use this for some reason. Bevy prelude error. Okay, so well, we know self-develop. We actually don't need that. But I do want to know what self.validate fixed lit 1 1000. Let's see. Because we should be able to fairly easily interpolate what the value is if we divide 1000 by it. We can give it pretty what it is. So you said the energy was really low. Okay, so I'll run this. I don't think I put my panic back in, which means it may just not panic. So first off, if it doesn't panic there, then it's not void. Yeah, so it didn't panic, which means it stack overflowed. Which ironically it didn't. Oh, it did. It's spat out like invalid temperatures all the time. Wait, what? So it got 0, and then what the hell is your specific heat that 1000 divided by 2.38? 440. What is causing that? Water, isn't it? Water is 440. Now, the real question is, oh, I know what's happening. You suck. This is a set block. Energy, we keep the energy with a self new cell. Fuck that. Self dot cell type equals cell type. No, wait, that's not what you're gonna do. You're gonna say dereference self equals new, and then validate. You see, because I think what's happening there, if I'm not wrong, because it's water doing it, is that we're keeping the energy of air, and then yeah, so it is air when it gets validated and gets its energy set. When it gets created and has its energy set, it's air, then it turns into water, and water's just so horrendously, but it overflowed even faster now, which ironically I think is because it's no longer spewing out walls of text. Hilarious. Okay, well, worked out why it wasn't validating is because we were turning from one type to another, but that does raise the question of how do we not have it destroy energy when it does that? Maybe we keep the temperature? Yeah, I think I've done that before. It's just a bad way of doing it. The other option is just, again, raise the minimum energy value to something reasonable. Like, for example, why don't we just, like, when we make a cell, now, like, leaving it at a void temperature. Yeah, they can destroy heat if they want to. We could probably give each cell a starting energy or something like that, so that, like, when you're placing blocks down, and then add subtract values from it so that you can't, like, infinitely create energy. But again, that's gameplay related, and this is weird crashing at the moment. So something has overflowed its stack. What is overflowing its stack? What is recursively calling recursively? That's got to be in map. We're going to be here. Okay, so it kept crashing when y is equal to this. So if neighbor ID dot no, it's up here. If core ID. Yeah, no, I think I changed that because I multiplied everything by 100, but maybe I missed one. But I'm not even by 100 because otherwise my fixed point precision only goes down to like 1, and the error issue with the air was no, I think that's right. I just removed the decimal place. So it should be 26 because this is 1. Yeah, I had to multiply everything by 100 because the values were just too small. So I think what's happening, because every time it panicked, if cell ID.y, which can I actually do that? I don't think I can. Cell ID doesn't do that, does it? No. Yeah. It's not really relevant. I noticed that air was just it was right on the edge of the precision, which means anything by air would result. To be honest, it could have just been like, I probably could have gone back to that now because of the way that like multiplication works and whatnot. Theoretically, the numbers shouldn't have been affected that much, but maybe again, because it's the edge of precision, maybe we just also add an extra bit of precision. But multiplying by 100 is fine for now. The values don't actually mean anything. They are the real values, but like again, like the scale by who knows what. y1. I want you to panic. I want to know if it's ever getting to y1, because I suspect what could be happening is that that y1, so something happens at y1 that's like resulting in a ridiculous overflow. The strings and numbers, because the fixed crate here can't pass them as constant if they're not strings. I don't know why. We'll go back to cells. So the lit here is this pub const function, whereas if I say from num, which is what you have to use if you wanted to pass in like a float, because it's like a generic type of a skr. Here, if I do that, this isn't constant. This is a pub thing, so you can't call that as a constant. So it has to be using a string literal. I'm not sure why. I'm wondering if it's maybe because they did this before Rust implemented something that lets you do generics at compile time, or maybe you just can't do generics at compile time. I can't imagine why you couldn't, but for some reason you need to do this, because if you don't, it doesn't work. Maybe it's because it's something it does, but again, I can't see why I couldn't just do that, take that in. Anyway, it probably needs to do an operation on it or something that, I can't think of anything that you'd be able to do on a string that you couldn't do on a number. Anyway. Did it crash? I don't remember. I don't even remember if I ran it. So the main, we go, hey, run. You go, hey, you crash at the right time. We also turn off the editor so that it doesn't fill the console with other stuff. My question is, do you ever get to y1? Because if you don't ever get to y1, then it's probably just it overflowed at stack. Okay. So, well, apparently, for one thing, you never equaled y1, which is interesting to know, because the question with that then becomes, if we go back to yourself, did you ever get to because it's definitely getting to other numbers. The issue is that it may be getting to numbers that are, because each chunk is run on its own. Where the fuck am I going? Map. So it never gets to here. Does it ever get to 31, 0, 31? I think it does, because I'm pretty sure I saw this in the panic thing, where it's like it at least checked this. So the trick with that is if it's getting here but it's never getting there, then it's probably in how I'm deciphering cell 1. Okay. No, it's still overflowing. So where the hell is it getting to? Can I... You get to... Can I just print line... running tick or... Yeah, correct. I want to know, when exactly do you overflow? Because if it only gets to 1, if it only gets to literal number 1 and overflows, it could just be that my neighbor iterator is just wrong and it's literally just iterating indefinitely. I mean, that's a possibility. Again, everything I think of, like, it wouldn't really cause a stack overflow because, okay, running 0 on 0, 1. But here's a question. Did it running tick 0 on first off? That's very much wrong. Because, yep, that's definitely wrong. So that could be part of it. So when we go here, we're printing tick code. Okay, so you is a chunk edition. We're skipping a bunch of stuff. So this is wrong because it shouldn't be starting at 1. So current particle. Which might be the infinite loop. I doubt it. Oh, you know what it's probably doing? Because it was skipping something. Is it... it's... Brain switch on. It's definitely something here. It's looping indefinitely here, because it's never getting... It's running one tick, but never getting out the other side. So first off, if we just turn this off... something's probably just calling something that calls something. It's probably like when I call update temperature or add temperature, it calls it add temperature, it calls it add temperature, which just overflows. But it means that before it was hitting a different error where it was like every all the ones that weren't validated skipped out before they got to the infinite loop. Anyway, it panicked, but it panicked. I'm pretty sure because I hit this, like I did one layer, and it took a really long time to do one layer because it printed everything to a string. Question: can I get you to like panic when x equals 1? Just so that I can make sure that you actually are checking every single cell. But so we've limited it down to it's inside the neighbor loop. So it's probably got something to do with my bespoke iterator, which probably just iterates forever. Yeah, there's our panic. Cool. So did you actually check? No. Why? Why, you little bastard? No, you check 0 fucking 1. 31. So why are you not starting? So that's the real question. So you start at 0 and we add 1. Right. Yeah, well, that would help, wouldn't it? Oops, like let out equal this and return out. Don't do that, and then fucking increment this after, please. Okay, wait. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Still doesn't answer why it's all in strings. Anyway, unless you're saying like it's so that you can literally write out the name like a scientific notation of like E, but again, let it take a string, but also let it take a number, because they have a function that lets you put in any standard integer, like you can put an integer float at a double and a half, like all those can go into the from num, and it'll work out which version it needs to do to convert it. But it's like, for some reason the const version is only a string, so that's what I don't understand, is why the const version has to be a string. Anyway, anyway, so first off, we're no longer skipping cell 1, so that's fun. So why are you? I should probably stop it from crashing, but I also need to check this bug first. I mean, even the mantissa and exponent runs into the thing of like, because like that's why I understand being a string. It's intuitive for people to write the number that they want to represent, and it then finds the like closest approximation that can fit. So writing it as a string like that makes sense, because the mantissa and the exponent is like, you know, do you expect people to actually know how fixed numbers work? Which at that point they probably should, but you know, it's an expectation. I'm saying like you can literally pass it 0.2 as a float, like the value 0.2. Let's go here. Where's my logic so I can actually just like stick it in and pretend like we're working on something important? So you can be like, let let's say like 0.3 equals, and then you're like fixed. I should get my crates version, otherwise there's something else called fixed. Well, there's actually multiple other things in this repo called fixed that I keep bringing in. So it's this crate voxels fixed. Make sure it's the fixed that I'm using. I think it's fixed. Then we go like, so num from num. Right, so this is generic. This type. which means that it can take in any type that implements a fixed or whatever their equivalent is. Yeah, so it takes in anything that implements two fixed, which means I can put 0.6 in. It works. I can put 0.6 in. I think this works. I don't know. This may not. No, it's not a number. Okay, but I could put 6 in. So integer works. 3.6 works. Can I make you an F16? Maybe not, because I don't think that's in by default, but no, it's unstable apparently. It's F64. Yeah, so like any type can go in there. It's just like weird that. Yeah. So maybe those particular traits they're using aren't usable at compile time, or possibly they wrote this trait long before it was stable and now it is stable. They've, you know, they don't have it in, like they haven't ported it over because they don't need to, or they haven't bothered yet, that kind of thing. Because I don't know when the last time this was updated. What is even on version number, please? 129. I don't. The issue is I don't know when it was last updated. I'm going to the crates and have a look, because it's a possibility that this is like Surdy, where it's like it's a million years old and hasn't really been changed since its inception. 2024. No, so it's still getting updates. So I don't know. It's not that it's too old. Yeah, doesn't make sense to me. What was I doing? So first off, removing that piece of code that spews out lots of command line stuff, so we don't. Okay. So I'm also get rid of the panic. Here we go. Okay. So 99% sure it's here. It's in my head. This is the only thing that could be causing this issue, is that like we're just iterating forever inside this loop. Because I don't think anything else was doing. We would do a stack overflow, because I don't. Oh yeah, no, the other one is set energy. Set energy is actually the most likely culprit. Nope, we overflowed. So something to do with my neighbor iterator for neighbors and neighbors. Oh, neighbor, my neighbor. So where do you come from? You come from this, which is a chunk iterator. So we go to the chunk iterator and go, hey, chunk iterator. When you say, hey, neighbor iterator, sure. Neighbor iterator. Neighbor iterator is just an iter into iter. Neighbor iterator. Okay. So here's an issue. That doesn't seem right. We need to say let cell equals cell ID by index. Pass in index. Then we need to be like x, y, z dot to x, y, z, because that will actually encode negatives, maybe? I don't know. I don't actually know. I'll give you an index. Can we assert that x 0 dot chunk size dot contains this, and that was y dot contains x and y and z, and do you want references called? Yep, give them references. All right, so because apparently can't pass in index as you size. Now, question: why are you current? Why? I do question why I'm. Let's make it a U size, right? And then we go, hey, can you just like make this a U size? I feel like somewhere I'm passing in a number that is really, really big. But again, it shouldn't actually do anything because quick fix few problem. Just remove this. It should still only end up with 6 of them. That's what I'm not understanding here. How are you getting infinite iteration? So check that they're always valid. Because this is an index and you should never ask for a neighbor outside of a chunk. Then we do this and we do this and we go, hey. When I do this, I say, hey, self.r. No, self.0.next. That would be an infinite loop. Self.next. Because it just calls itself indefinitely. I probably fixed some other bugs while I was at it, but that was a mistake. Actually no, because to be honest, all this other logic is just going to slow everything down unnecessarily. Because again, we never pass in an index that should be outside of range. At set block, where were we? Oh, we got to the main menu. It did take a very long time, but we got to the main menu. That was suspiciously long. Anyway, I'm going to get rid of this assertion, because again, by index, and then we're just going to say, hey, actually, x is just equal to index and 31. Let z equal index shifted 5 and 31. And there's 10. Okay, cool. But except they need to be. That's why they're I32. Okay, I'm gonna say you take it in I32 because I need them to be I32 when they get passed into here. Right. Wait, can't I just make this from index? I can, but I want to pass those in because I want to be able to be lazy. Cast an I32 there. Okay, cool. So then we can run that, and then should significantly speed up our iterator. I still don't quite understand why it hangs for so long, but that's probably got nothing to do with anything really, because it doesn't hang after, and it's almost certainly like look how long it hangs on there. But that might be the editor doing that one, because this editor is again, no offense to the guy, it very unoptimized. Anyway, so I want to do it. I don't want to get it rendering, but it's also getting late, so fuck me. Okay, so I'm gonna be like Voxel's mod game tick. Okay, so how do we get rendering going like ASAP? So I think the first thing we have to do to get rendering going is we have to go to cell and be like, hey, in here we have a cell type. We're gonna go impl voxels prelude block for cell type. Sure. Wait, what? That's not even a real function. I don't remember my own code. ID. Sure. Okay. So apparently we don't even have the right types. Implement is solid. No. Void. False. Everything else is true. Is transparent. Air and void. Everything else is true. I don't know what this is. Right. So, yep, cool. I don't care. So block ID, we need like a we need a texture. So go here, go file, new. Let's make it like an. Let's say it was 16 by 16 is the requirement for my voxel thing. Not that it actually needs to be 16 by 16, it's just that like it divides it into chunks that would be 16 by 16. So this one's void, so I'm going to make it black, I guess. Where's my palette thing? Black. Then I don't remember what my block order is. God damn it. Slowing things down unnecessarily. So air, copper. So air again, we don't care, so we just make it black. One of them is rubber, so it's just to color the whole thing in black. Kind of want to go something like magenta and be like, actually, make the whole thing magenta. Big bucket. Yeah. Okay, and then we go, hey, pencil. One of these is rubber. Which one's rubber? Number 4. So rubber. And then we go like an orange for copper. Then water uranium. Okay, so I'm gonna go radioactive green and very dark blue. Okay, then we have file, and then we export as icons. .png, then we go to YouTube on the Y drive, we go to projects, we go to Voxel Sim, we go to assets, and we go export. Cool. We can, well, we're not going to close all the stuff that's open, so we'll just minimize that. Thank you. Well, that was very bright, and I'm blind now. Oh, my screen is too bright. This is not the right thing. Okay, so what's next? We can make this a little bit smaller. So we need to somehow load that image. So we need to go back to where our game is. We need to go, hey, when we spawn the chunk, can we get the acetera? Server res acetera. Now I need to remember how to use my own goddamn crate. So game adds Voxel plugin. Actually, maybe do it in the top level crate just so that all my plugins are together. So we're going to say app.add_plugins Voxel plugin. Now I think I want to do something be like branch equals game. No, Bevy. No, that's not right. I don't remember what I called it. There's a branch that I made for the game jam because I didn't want to be changing the main branch on everyone if they were using it. I literally haven't even looked at the game, so I have no idea if anyone actually used my plugin. But I did go to the effort of making sure that there was a branch specifically for the jam, for changes I made during the jam for what I needed it to jam. So the branch is called jam. And that has all the stuff because, again, I was making it like basically this. So so we have voxels, and then I think it's default. Because it has like a whole bunch of generics now, because T and then D is a voxel generator, which is the generator data, and T is block type. So the block type is cell type, and D, well, I mean, D can just stay D. Okay. And then I gotta remember how to actually do this. Why are you complaining? Something manifest something. Oh, never mind. I don't need to use a branch. I'm using my local build. I thought I was on the Git, but I'm not. It should be fine. So something about trait. So you're saying that T needs to implement, yeah, and then what's it saying that it's probably that my cell type doesn't meet the requirements to be a block. Cell down here, go, hey, block. What do I need to be a block? I need clone, copy, send, sync, and static. Do you have clone, copy, send, sync, and static? You have clone, copy, send, sync, and static. So you can be a block. You are a block. Okay. What else do I need to be in the plugin? The following other types. Plugin markup. Yes, but what is it missing? T, where T is block. Why are you not block? Where T is block. Right, the confusion is probably that I've got extra restrictions not on what can be T, which I thought I was being clever, but that is probably a bad way of doing it because it's just going to tell me that it can't be a plugin, and it's not going to tell me why it can't be a plugin because I haven't told it that it requires certain traits to be a plugin. It's probably that it needs default clone copy, maybe. No, it probably has clone. There's a voxel shader. Like, okay, so then we go to fucking voxels, and we go, hey, lib, voxel plugin. So when I implement plugin for you, what did I also say? I said that you need to implement default. That's it. That's all it's missing. It doesn't have a goddamn default. Okay, now you work. Possibly. I have no idea. So then next we would need to go something. Okay, so I want to go game maybe and say update mesh. Well, I guess it's game generate gen mesh. So this is going to take in added, which is going to be a query for any chunk added chunk. And then I'm going to say without voxel voxels prelude chunk data cell data cell type like that. Okay, and then we need new commands, something like that. We also need your entity because of course we do entity because we're going to insert onto you. We also probably want to say struct voxel material, which is going to be a, just do this please, a handle to a voxels prelude voxel material import from world or voxel material assets server resource asset server handle equals assets load. Nope, it's a can we just clone this? Dot clone. And we want to say world.resolute assets as I'm trying to remember how my own crate works. Reload. I should have just brought the whole fucking thing in. Box material. Dot add, and then we need to say voxels prelude. Okay. Atlas shape. Okay. Atlas shape is a UVEC. I should redo this thing now that I actually have a fucking idea how shaders work. New, and I think is I said it was 16 by 16 0 0. I think I'm only using that type because I couldn't work out how to do anything else. Base color texture. Base color texture is some. Okay. Blocks optional handle to image. Alpha mode overrides. What is blocks? Why is blocks different to a base color texture? I'm worried that I've done that really badly. Anyway, handle, we pass in handle, then we have voxel material. Okay, then we also need material, which is res voxel material. We go down here, we say, come on, for entity chunk in mesh equals mesh from chunk. I don't think that's how that works. Can we just say no? I have no idea if this actually lets me do what I think it's going to let me do. Vox chunk data. Now the question is, do you take in new size? New vec3, which is splat 16, no, 32. Right. So that gives us our mesh. We need to make it mutable. Okay. And then we say for x in 0 dot dot chunk size for y in 0 dot dot chunk size or z in 0 dot dot chunk size, and then we say, hey, let cell equal chunk dot get cell ID new xyz dot block type or something, I don't remember. Get block type. Okay, then we say mesh dot set block as u32 as y as u32, z as u32, and then the block is cell. Yep, cool. Okay, so that should settle that. You don't like this for some reason, because user is supposed to be as i32, as i32, as i32. Weird. Okay. You're apparently not flagged as a resource, which is derive resource. I should probably open the chat back up. Okay. Okay. So I don't know what you were trying to do. We just want to put in mesh, and I'll say it's mesh material 3D material dot 0.1, I think. I don't care about this. That's done automatically. We want to insert the mesh in the material, and then that should be that done. Function is never used yet. Cool. So we need to whack you an update. Oh, add systems to update. Come on, please just work right away. Just wait to work, please. Very complex type. Yes, thank you. That's going to generate the mesh, and then in theory they should just work because the mesh should be generated. I feel like Voxels is going to be missing something because I do not have any idea how to use the fucking crate anymore. It's been that long. Let's open up the here and then go, hey, I have an example game that I was making. I guess technically just a map. How did this work? So layout map, one no texture. Oh, it crashed. Okay, not a good sign. Probably to do with not having that material. I never called init on it. init voxel material. So let's try that while I continue to try and, what did I call it? Yeah, okay. Well, the annoying thing with that is I broke it everywhere else. I should have just, okay, voxel material. Okay, let's try that then. Run that one. So we update it one because the default. Okay. Game plugin, player diagnostics map plugin. Okay, so does the game plugin add voxels? Yes, game plugin adds voxels and a map generator and then depols, and then warning camera. Something's adding a second camera, which is always fun. Especially because it's a fucking health hazard at the moment. So nothing's rendering, which is
annoying. Where is the test chunk? That 0, 0. Actually, where am I? Reset, reset, reset. Well, I don't think that moved me. Yeah. Anyway, I don't see it, which is annoying. But why don't I see it? If I turn... Well, there, it's there. Now, interestingly, it doesn't seem to have any components on it, but that's probably because I don't register my components, because I'm an idiot. And it only shows reflectable components. And, oh, okay, there's also that. Okay, I don't quite understand why not everything's showing up. One would think it would have extra stuff. Okay, so it's not showing up, but why is it not showing up? Outside of it, do I have to put the box? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. I was obviously testing something, because that is not supposed to be spamming letters like that. That is very stupid. Where is it? Voxel shadow. Print. What are you and why are you spamming the console? Q custom mesh pipeline. Okay, well this concerns me because this tells me that it may be broken and I may have been trying to fix something. This also tells me that the version that we released of the Game Jam was probably also doing this in the console. And to be honest, I'm surprised it ran as well as it did. If it was spamming just the output of the fucking console the whole time. But it's possible they also added this after the fact. I can't think why, because I don't think I modified this at all after I was done. Oh no, I did, because I went and did that stream where I went to like greedy meshing or whatever it was. This is not going to change anything, but I think I need to set a camera or something. So back to the example. We go main, we go, hey, so you add the get a good game plugin somewhere. Default plugins, and then we say add game plugin. Okay, so it's warning me about multiple cameras, which is a good idea. So standard insert resource wireframe configuration, wireframe voxel. Okay. So we put some generation limits in. That's fine. App. Do I have to insert that? I don't know. Maybe. We'll do it anyway. Mostly because, like, there's no point not doing it. Okay, and then we do that, and we say, hey, add that, and then this is our generate ID data. Okay, and then block types. So that's it. So is there like a camera thing? I feel like somewhere. It's most likely player. Did I put like a marker on it saying spawn camera? Interesting. With player. Where is the... Why does the player not have a camera on them is the better question. Okay, let's pop into your prelude and go, hey, did I like generation limit, chunk set, data, plugin, voxel, voxel count, voxel material, block, override, nope, okay. I mean, wait, I added the chunk, the generation limit, which might have been the problem, that like without that resource it just doesn't generate anything. My concern is now that it's probably going to generate a whole bunch of... Hey, it did throw some errors though. It's definitely spawning its own fucking camera, which is not good. Bad. Camera. Who are you and why are you spawning a camera? Well, you don't spawn a camera. To be honest, even funnier. Okay, so this tells me one, the project is just absolutely broken, so that's fine. Okay, so what we can do is we can go, hey, so about that, using a local build, let's just pivot to the Git build, and then I'm gonna have to see if this doesn't work. I'm just gonna call it for tonight and work on it tomorrow. Branch equals jam updates. The primary reason why I'm doing this monstrosity about is that theoretically I've broken it since the game jam because it worked in the game jam, which means that if I've broken something, I don't think I would have broken it and then pushed it to Git. So the hope here is that when we go run, it just works. It probably won't because I feel like it's missing something that it's supposed to do. But like I don't actually know what I'm supposed to be doing. So edit the voxel. It could be missing some kind of marker that causes it to render. The other option to check is the this, because this works. So how the hell do I flag these chunks to work? Well, let's go to your toml and go, hey, you were like actually using the right version, right? Toml, yep, git jam default features false. Don't think it's relevant, but gotta replicate everything if we're gonna copy. Okay, so again, go back to here. Where were we? Yeah. Okay, so main, then main just calls run game, and then main menu, no, main, run game. At some point we add the voxels. Something, game start, startup, plugins, player, voxel map, diagnostics, voxel raise, block controls, player, update. Okay, maybe search here. Voxel? Somewhere. Lib, voxels. So chunk mesh. So this is catch failed meshes. So without mesh 3D. So, okay, so you generate the mesh and you put the jet mesh on. Apply redraw. I have to queue them, no. Okay, so when we get to somewhere, we say, hey, voxel sim. Mute queue. And this is res mute voxels prelude. Voxel generator? I don't think voxel generator is correct. Is a resource that holds a closure for generating chunk data based on the chunk ID. It's used as a resource in Bevy. Is used to define no. So this is how you actually generate chunks. So somewhere else, isn't it? Where was this thing that was? We were queuing somehow. No, that's completion. This one. Redraw. How do I force a redraw? Redraw. Chunk redraw. Come on. This is not my stuff. So that would. Wait, no. Chunk manager. Okay. Somewhere we like catch. Where was that catch failed meshes? Chunk manager. Add to queue. Yeah, so it's chunk manager. Okay. Some stuff's in the prelude, some stuff's not in the. It's probably in the prelude too. Chunk manager. Like so. switch to generating, old generating. Right. So then we go, hey, any chance that you can say q dot add to q? I think add to q. Add a chunk to q to have its mesh generated. Maybe. Does that work? That would be the missing part, is that you didn't call q. This is why you write good documentation, because it's not necessarily someone else that's fucking reading it. Oh god. Come on. Come on. Finish building. I saw an error. Well, it's not spamming about a million fucking things in the chat anymore, which probably means it just hasn't spawned the second camera. Now, I broke the editor. Please don't tell me it saved my state of my editor. That's the worst thing that an editor can do. Hey, path not found. Y drive voxel sim assets texture voxel.png. Why are you looking there? I'm assuming that that's where yeah, no, it's just called icon. Why did I call it icons.png? It's not even, they're not even icons, they're just colors. Okay. But while we've got the editor open, in theory, since I have my test chunk and I turn this off, okay, again, we need to keep working on I need to work on the editor. Maybe I'll work on that next stream rather than this monstrosity. Mostly because I really want to work on the editor. But like maybe mix the two, where like I work on making the editor usable for this, because it really needs to show you like all the components that are present, even if you can't edit them. Like that's what I like about the Bevy editor, please, is that it does actually show you that. Okay, so at least we're not getting an error thrown about it not existing. So it has loaded it. It probably has. Hey, it rendered it. Okay, so we're passing in something wrong. So the answer is passing in something very wrong. It looks very shiny though. I think my UVs are inside out, so that's fun. I also just don't think it. The shader expects a specific chunk size. I don't think I ever unhard coded that. If we go to complex shader, that's the one. Yep, complex shader. We go back to here. We go voxel. Somewhere we extract the size. Not fragment. It'll be in here. Yeah, we unpack. So position and 63. So in 66. So it's expecting the chunks to be a certain size. Who knows what size that actually is though, because that's not how that actually. What's chunk size set to? Large. And large is 32. Okay, so it should be working. Unless the Git version doesn't have it that large, maybe. Where were we? So voxels, scripts. What am I in? Chunks. Mod. Let me guess. Chunk size is no 32. But the here it's large. There it's medium, which is what's happening. Is the shader is expecting them to be smaller than they are, so it's rendering to the wrong parts. I also should probably look up how I pass in the texture atlas. Like how do I define the material? At some point, I have to pass in the material, don't I? Or no texture. but when do I? I said something. Right, you don't upload that. That's fine. Texture.terrain. Where are you pulling texture.terrain from? Map. Block descriptor. Map. Block descriptor. Just trying to track down where exactly I... Block descriptor, custom material. Terrain, handle to image. Where do I use you? No share, texture. Block descriptor. Somewhere. Voxel material. I call it Voxel, but it's this. I call it as custom material because I renamed something and I couldn't be bothered. Okay, so yep. Okay, so 16. So Atlas shape is 16 by 16, which is the correct way of doing it. So that's defined correctly. The only thing that's wrong with it is that my chunks are too big. So hilariously, I'm just going to only include a fraction of the chunk and call it good. Which won't render the whole chunk because I really can't be fucked, and I really need to just like call it a day and have it working. So when we gen mesh, we're gonna say, hey, can you actually just iterate from 0 to 16? And you also 0 to 16. And you're also 0 to 16. Everything else is exactly the same because we only set the blocks from 0 to 16. And we're going to slat you at 16. And we go, hey, everything's 0 to 16. So yeah, it'll all work. It'll just only render a quarter of the block. Which, again, should work because none of my things go above 16. So I should still be able to see something. Close that. Move backwards. Hey. So interestingly, it seems to be clipping inside of the next thing over. So like I've got it. It's interpolating. Okay, we can fix that easily. That's default plugins dot set. Whoops, set image plugin default nearest. Okay, we're gonna go run, and it's gonna work, and we're gonna go, yay, it's done, and then we're gonna leave. And then I'm gonna work on the editor tomorrow because the editor is so cool. I just want to work on it non-stop. Okay. Hey, a layer of copper, a layer of uranium, and a layer of water. The question is actually getting hotter. Stop! Don't keep testing shit. I just need to know FN is average temperature, which no, that's not how you work. You're going to take in a query chunks. You had it. It was a query for chunk. See, what's fun is this can run parallel to the update logic because it doesn't actually touch anything. So total temperature and let count, and then I don't know. So chunk.iter, is that a thing you can call? Okay. If count is greater than 0, total temperature divided by from num. From num. Hello, welcome to the stream that is about to end. If I can help it. 0. Maybe. Print line. Average temperature. Divide equals. That's apparently not how that works. So fixed. Let me guess. Yep, the wrong fixed. You need to be create voxels Fixed. Core fixed. Why can I not access fixed? Yeah. Core fixed. So I need, yeah, do the same there, but we need to actually put fixed into that. So unless I've put it somewhere else, I'm pretty sure it's in core. So yeah, define anything here, please. Pub type. Now everything else is going to complain because it's been moved, which is always fun. Can you just fucking, you bring in core? So I don't know what you're complaining about. Probably that I've fucking specifically defined it somewhere. Nope. No, it's that now I'm glob importing it, it gets outranked by fixed. It gets outranked by Bevy because it's defined multiple times. Right. Here we go. I think you're gonna have the same problem. Core. No, still having a problem. Mismatch type. Yeah, you have mismatch type because it's different. It's wow. I don't even need the core. The Bevy's not here, so it doesn't get overwritten by the Bevy import. And then finally, you have an issue because what? No, you don't return a type. Wait, what? Average temperature. Yeah, no, you don't return anything. Thank you. You're create voxel core fixed. Yeah, that's it. Create voxel core fixed. You don't have a. So we have to go to chunk. We have to add a cells function. So no, just return an impl iterator self.cells.iterator. Should really not name shit like that. That's what leads to those infinite loops that crashes the game. Okay, so average temperature does that, and then we're gonna go here, we're gonna go hey, fixed update. Technically, I don't want you to be in fixed update, but anyway. Can I do this by any chance? Or are you gonna complain? Does that work? Hey, that works. So I think these two will run in parallel, that will then run after, which is all good. Okay, so then we average temperature and total temperature with hey, you run through that, and then we're gonna say hey, you only run. We're gonna say also tick. Where's tick? I'm gonna say if dereference tick dot is multiple of say 16 because that's once a second. Not return. Cannot dereference a bool. What? Oh wait, can we just say is multiple of not? Oh damn. Alright, that's lovely. Let's do that, and go, hey, you working? Okay, then we're gonna run this, and we're gonna, hey, I did put average temperature in here. Okay, cool. So once a second, it should tell us the average temperature, which should slowly go up because uranium generates heat. If it's not going up, then it's losing heat somewhere, which admittedly it could be losing heat to the void. Well, average temperature is staying exactly the same. How much energy is uranium adding? Who fucking knows? Probably a very small amount, actually. The issue is you can't set the value too high. So uranium is adding 100, and the where air is very lots of. So we're gonna say, hey, if cell dot cell type block type equals cell type void, we'll continue, or yeah, double or, thank you. Not void, but air. Also don't count air. That should at least make the average go faster, but the issue I'm seeing now, I'm pretty sure, is that when we go down to our cell types here, uranium is adding 100 units per tick, which it should be gaining about a degree every 2 ticks, which I guess it should show up. It's probably more that just like, again, like, there's just so much air relative to the amount of uranium that the uranium was ticking up on a very tiny amount. The answer is apparently not going up. Now the question is, why is it not going up? Is it not going up because our ticks aren't reaching? I gotta stop. Let's stop debugging. Stop. So we had this much energy and we say uranium. So when we call you unique, when do we call unique? It's maps tick, right? Oh, yeah. Well, we don't do this either. So, right, I just like turned off the whole heat thing. Which I mean, sure, but also, right, but again, add any, subtract energy, cell. And then cell is the new one. You know, cell's the one that's going to get cloned across. We unique. And then we say energy plus equals this, and then we validate at some point, but maybe it's never validating again. To be honest, that's actually entirely a possibility. It's just never run validate again. But it doesn't seem to be gaining any heat. So one thing to absolutely test that would be to just crank the heat to an absurd level. But I still would like to know, because there's twice as much thing as uranium. Well, it didn't like that, whatever on it. Which is probably that some of these values are like 0 or something. Index out of bounds. Okay, well, I know what's causing that, but I can't be bothered fixing it. But I'm going to call it a day because I've got other stuff to do tonight, and I will working on this tomorrow, and also the editor that I can't show now because let's just quickly go. It's almost certainly when you're getting the neighbor. I'm just not doing it properly because the index is almost exactly, no, it's 3 times. So it's just trying to access positive y or something, which is outside of bounds, which concerningly means that it's probably accessing very bad stuff, because it means that if you access like positive y for positive x or z, you'll still work as long as you're not on the top y level. Anyway, this editor is someone made it and released it. I'm going to be working on this, so I'll be improving this a little bit so like I can get like better debugging stuff out of here and stuff like that. But that's a tomorrow thing. So thank you for tuning in, and I will see you tomorrow.